10 live races at Rideau Carleton on Wednesday evening and some thrilling finishes and maiden victories.
Don't dilly-dally. Odds-on Pleiades is putting that one away. Here comes Gabby Seelster, second over and looking to go 3 wide for the stretch drive. 127-1 at 3/4. Widest of all, Monsieur Panic soaring late and surging to the lead to pull ahead of Odds-on Pleiades, who looks to hold on for place. Then it's back to Gabby Seelster. Kiki D. Hanover was fourth, 156-4.
Owned and trained by Danielle Martin, who shares ownership with Dominique Michel, Saint-Bernard-Nord, Quebec. This horse was bred by Brian Paquette of Quebec and gets the victory. A maiden-breaking victory, 156-4, a nice mark on Monsieur Panic. Congratulations.
From the back of the field, first over into fourth and brushing along the backstretch for Marie-Claude Auger, Chick Chalk Rose underway, approaching 3/4. Gapping at the back of the field now is Napoleon Hill, 128 flat to 3/4. Dominion looks vulnerable on the final turn. Chick Chalk Rose picking them up and putting them down. And Mish Charm appears ready to spring loose from the pocket at the top of the stretch. Dominion is still trying to keep ahead of Chick Chalk Rose. Outside, Mish Charm is coming on, following Chick Chalk Rose to the wire, but following is all he's doing. Chick Chalk Rose, the clear winner. That was tight for place between Stormont Friendly and Mish Charm, 158-2.
158-2. Congratulations. Race 2 results are now official.
They went by 3/4, 125-1. May Lose Control has shrugged off Midnight Mood and looks to be in a victorious mood if he can keep this advantage for Guy Gagnon. Closing late, Silverado is coming on, but unlikely to catch May Lose Control. A winning Rideau debut and Guy Gagnon's first of the night. Silverado up for second. Midnight Mood third, 154 flat.
By Control the Moment out of Laura May, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario. Bred by William Haggerty and Stuart Ducamp of Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer. That's a new lifetime mark, 154 flat. May Lose Control and Guy Gagnon. Congratulations.
Front end now, Impressive Dude seems to have been put away by Mystic, who's leading but facing a challenge from Son of a Millionaire, drawing alongside and putting a white hooded head in front to win by just under a length. Second was Mystic. Wish You'd Tell Me looked to hold on for show, 156-3.
Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 4 winner, number 2, Son of a Millionaire, a 10-year-old bay gelding by Donato Hanover out of Mom's Millionaire, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton of Ontario with the Max Webster stable of Nova Scotia. Bred by Money Market Breeders of New York, trained by Mandy Archer. That's the second driving win of the night for Robert Shepard and the first Rideau preferred handicap for Son of a Millionaire. Congratulations.
Muscle can't seem to eat into that lead in time. Cadillac victorious for Guy Gagnon. Second, Miles of Muscle a good 10 lengths back to third place. Hatikva finishing ahead of Vero Amore B, 156 flat.
Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle for the first time this year. Unofficial race 5 winner, number 1, Cadillac. A 6-year-old brown gelding by Tad the Stud out of Credibility, owned by Michel Grenier of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by Eldred Nicholson of North Wiltshire and Peter Buchanan of Emyvale, PEI. trained by Alain Martin, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon in 156 flat. That's the first win this season. Congratulations, Cadillac.
Up front, trying to take back command. Southwind Mac is on the move, clearing Flash Me Some Green at the top of the stretch, wide late and charging to the wire. That's Cleveland Zed Flash for Robert Shepard. Cleveland Zed Flash, Flash Me Some Green, Cleveland Zed Flash. Flash is passed at the wire. Flash Me Some Green was second, Southwind Mac third, 158-1.
Cleveland, Quebec, bred by Danielle Saint-Jacques. Saint Colomban, Quebec. Robert Shepard gets the driving win. 158-1, a maiden mark for Cleveland Flash. Robert Shepard having a great driving night here at Rideau Carleton. That's the third win of the card.
Jim first over out of third, second over fifth, and gapping cover outside of Friar Voltaire. That's DA Cinnamon Crunch. 3/4 reached in 125-1. Here comes the backfield, chasing down Make It Come True, and that's Springbridge Jim overtaking him at the top of the stretch. Better at High Tide is 3 wide. Make It Come True coming on again from the inside is going to be Better at High Tide. Make It Come True. And then Springbridge Jim, 153-3.
High Tide. Better at High Tide is an 8-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Queensland Beach, owned by Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Timberley, Nova Scotia, bred by the Schooner 2 stable of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Ryan Guy. 153-3, that's the fastest win this season for Better at High Tide.
Here at Rideau Carleton, coming down the lane, it's Gimme a Corona, stalked on the outside by the turning point. Beauty is Blind, not giving way, but Gimme a Corona, too good, finishing ahead of Beauty is Blind and the turning point, 154-1.
A 5-year-old bay mare by Control the Moment out of Western Jewel, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, and Muriel Smith of Chesterville, Ontario, bred by 83 Racing, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, who's having a great night, and that's the third driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon. 154-1, just missing the seasonal best. Gimme a Corona getting her 8th win in start number 20 this year.
Underway, they reached 3/4 in 129-3. Up front, Stomper Tom has an edge, but the stretch looms ahead, and it's been a graveyard of champions more than once. Here comes Armstead Fireball trying to chase down Stomper Tom up the inside. Mask of Zorro surging late, but it's going to be Stomper Tom over a good Armstead Fireball second. Close for show. 159-1.
We have to welcome Stomper Tom back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. His first seasonal victory. Number 2, Stomper Tom, is a 4-year-old bay gelding by Wheelin' and Dealing out of Risk Seeker, owned by Wade and Philippe Toussaint, Cardinal, Ontario, bred by Cynthia Graham and William Wolfrey of Warkworth, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven to victory by Ryan Guy. 159-1, the first win of the year in start number 10.
Is leading down the stretch. He's followed by a wall of closers. Mickey makes some speed, trying again on the inside. Widest. Look at Time to Dancing, getting up for place ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird. It looked like Mickey makes some speed was fourth, 153-4.
Unofficial race 10 winner, number 5, Bayfield Beach, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Some Beach Somewhere out of DB Blue Chip, owned by Gordon McDonald of Ontario, Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, Halmack Farms Limited, Prince Edward Island, and Limco Incorporated. Quebec. Bayfield Beach was bred by the Schooner 2 stable of Nova Scotia, trained by Vic Putty, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's the first win of the season for Bayfield Beach. Great to see him back in the winner's circle. 1:53.4, a sharp mile by Bayfield Beach. Congratulations. In race 6, Robert Shepard piloted Cleveland Zed Flash, the chestnut half-brother to Duke La Victoire, to a maiden win. The victory was for owner-trainer Christine Beaulieu, who shares ownership with Melissa Beaulieu, both of Quebec. Join us again on Saturday evening for North America Cup Night in the Simulcast Lounge trackside. $1,600 jackpot in the free-to-play on-track handicapping contest. And don't forget Father's Day at the races. Sunday, June 15th, 6:30 p.m. post time at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Good evening and happy Father's Day to all the dads, granddads, and father figures out there. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway on this Sunday, June 15th evening. A perfect night for live racing from the nation's capital. It's our 21st race date of the 2025 meet. The track is fast, weather conditions clear, a temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, 77 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the southwest, 3 kilometers an hour or 2 miles per hour, humidity 32%. We're about 28 minutes away from post time for race 1, and it's the first of 11 races tonight. There are no changes in races 1 through 4. There's one equipment change in race 5, and it's on the 5 going blinkers to blind. That's in race 5, blinkers to blind on number 5, I Bet You a Kiss. There are no other changes in races 6 through 10. There is one change in race 11. It's actually a driver change on number 3, the Colt, going from Gordon Lee to Clark Stacey. Clark Stacey will drive number 3, the Colt, in race 11. Lots going on around the world of harness racing this week. A big win for a Rideau Carleton horseman last night in New Jersey at the Meadowlands, which we'll be presenting before we get rolling with our own live races. We also have a worth remembering segment, the Grand Dam of the fastest 3-year-old trotter in Canadian history. A winner last night at Woodbine Mohawk Park. We'll be getting around to that soon before the races get going. I should mention that during the North America Cup card last night, simulcast here at Rideau Carleton in our trackside simulcast lounge, nobody was able to take down the jackpot. No one hit the 5 straight winners in Tammy Forgey's free on-track handicapping contest. So for next Saturday night, right here, on track only, the jackpot is up to $1,700. If you haven't got plans for next Saturday night, June 21st, $1,700 jackpot to play for right here on track. Speaking of jackpots, we actually have a little extra money in the pot in race 5 coming up tonight. There's a super high 5 carryover of $3,799. That's in race 5. Super high 5 carryover. You're playing for some free money. $3,799. Definitely an added incentive to play the high 5 ticket race 5. And for those new to wagering or just aren't sure what a high 5 is, it's you're picking the top 5 finishers in order in that particular race. This week in harness racing, Robbie Robinson enjoyed a lot of success with McWicked Time at Rideau Carleton, and now that pacer has a new lifetime mark courtesy of a Saturday night victory in the Trackmaster 77 Series at the Meadowlands.
They're off. LMC Peanuts watching out fast with Light and Sweet. Marcus Seelster and Lewis Litt on the outside in blast-off mode into the first turn. And cutting the corner is Midnight Lightning into the top 5 right now. McWicked Time 6th on the inside. A sluggish beginning for Ferragamo Hanover. Off the speed here. Then Midnight Nation at the rear with He's Half Naked, the early trailer. Outside draw for Lewis Litt, and he takes the lead. Looks to win again tonight with Brad Chisholm in a hot 26-4. And going after him on the outside is LMC Peanuts watching to take over. And Light and Sweet aggressively handled third on the outside up to challenge. Marcus Seelster off the dueling leaders, fourth on the inside. Midnight Thunder takes to the outside, flushed out by McWicked Time. And then it's He's Half Naked on the inside with Ferragamo Hanover. And Midnight Nation trails at the half. It's Light and Sweet and Jordan Stratton. Immediate pressure from Midnight Lightning on the outside. 54-4. So they hook up on the lead here. It's Light and Sweet and Midnight Nation. Sitting off the McWicked Time, second over, third on the outside. LMC Peanuts watching, locked in the box, fourth. He's Half Naked, sets up his rally just 3 lengths from the lead in fifth. No room, a shuffle for Lewis Litt on the inside, sixth. Marcus Seelster, a late move from the outside, seventh. 3 wide comes McWicked Time. It's Light and Sweet, 123. They swing off the turn into the stretch drive. McWicked Time has open road, but he's drifting out. Light and Sweet is trying to battle back on the inside. LMC Peanuts watching with late pace. From out of nowhere, Midnight Nation from last. McWicked Time and Joe Bongiorno almost home at 9-5. It's McWicked Time. Then LMC Peanuts watching. Midnight Nation and Light and Sweet, 150-4.
Congratulations to Robbie Robinson, who developed McWicked Time, often driving him here at Rideau Carleton. Rob Harmon, Robbie's friend, the trainer for McWicked Time, now in the United States, and a nice lifetime best at the Meadowlands last night for this pacer. Again, a Rideau Carleton favorite owned by Jacqueline Donnell. It looks like we have an equipment change in race 1 on number 4, Whiskey Friday. Adding a Pelling pacifier. That's a 4 Whiskey Friday in upcoming race 1 with that bridle change. We also have a scratch of number 6, Rockin' My Dream in race 11, a judge's scratch transportation, I believe. We're about 20 minutes away from race 1. And again, that equipment change is on number 4, Whiskey Friday, going from blind bridle to Pelling pacifier here. Whiskey Friday has been knocking on the door for a while. He's the current 2-5 favorite. He lost a shoe last Sunday. He got away single file fourth in a spaced out field and was first over approaching the half, gradually gaining ground uncovered along the backstretch and final turn, but unable to catch the breakaway winner, Farmer Don't Dilly Dally. He paced the field's fastest last quarter, 29-1, And that was his fastest individual mile this season, a 1:56.3 performance for number 4, Whiskey Friday. Whiskey Friday is also Glenn Pearson's top selection coming up in race 1. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. We're looking at the superfecta tickets now from both myself and Glenn Pearson. Glenn putting Whiskey Friday on top, going with the 1 Better Zone in the place spot, then the 2 Built to Thrill for show, and number 6 Tia to complete that superfecta ticket. I have almost the same thing. I am leaning in, though, towards the 1 Better Zone over Whiskey Friday as my top choice here. Number 1 Better Zone, currently 2-1, is making his debut for Guy Gagnon. Better Zone, the 3-year-old son of Better's Delight, dropped back to 6th off the gate Wednesday and sat behind the gapping Monsieur Panic to the second turn. He emerged 3rd over from 6th on the final turn, gaining ground late and racing wide down the stretch. He came home in the field's 2nd fastest closing quarter of 29-2 and makes a quick turnaround. Number 1, Better's Zone. But very similar tickets here for both myself and Glenn. Just a slight difference of opinion when it comes to the top pair in race 1. We're about 17 minutes away from post time for the first of 11 races tonight in the nation's capital. It's great to see people out enjoying the picnic tables, getting ready for the live races tonight, this Father's Day evening, and so many dads at the races. Have a great night. For those who haven't been to the track in a while and aren't aware of some of the great activities that happen throughout the racing season, we've got an exciting summer coming up, a lot happening in August. Family Day is going to be on Sunday, August 10th, with lots in store for the whole family here at the track. And coming up August 15th through 24th, the Capital Fair returns to Rideau Carleton with rides and attractions. The midway adjacent to the Rideau Carleton backstretch. That's always a popular attraction with some crossover with the harness racing. And then we're going to be welcoming the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing fillies, both grassroots and gold divisions, to Rideau Carleton on Sunday, August 24th. .13 until post time for race 1. Continued parimutuel support for number 4, Whiskey Friday. The Steve Germain trainee in line to Robert Shepard in race 1. 7-5 favorite right now. The only change in race 1 is the equipment change on number 4, Whiskey Friday, going blind to Pelling Pacifier, a bridle change. A nice fast track out there tonight. We had one qualifier at 5 o'clock. Fans and bettors are always welcome to watch the Rideau qualifiers. These are non-wagering races that we hold usually Sunday evenings around 5 o'clock for the horses to qualify to participate in parimutuel races. In our one qualifier, there were 4 horses. It was for both gates. There was 1 trotter and 3 pacers. The winner for trainer-driver Ryan Guy was the 5-year-old Shadow Play gelding, Blue Elvis, who overtook pace-setter Lochaber in the stretch. Third was the other pacer, DG's Bella Chow, and after an early break, the 1 trotter Southwind Russian finished 4th. It was a 2 open length win for Blue Elvis and Ryan Guy. The fractions 29 flat to the quarter, 59 seconds at the half, 128 and 1 at 3/4, 158 and 3, the winning mile for Blue Elvis. We're about 7 minutes away from post time for race 1. Make that 6 minutes until post time for race 1. 1-9. Now the odds on race 1 favorite, number 4, Whiskey Friday. He's 0 for 7 this year, but the condition of the race is such that all of these horses are maidens. Whiskey Friday closing well in recent starts. You could say he had seconditis. In fact, he's been second in his last 4 starts, all for the returning Robert Shepherd. None of the horses who have beaten him are in upcoming race 1. So this could be it for Whiskey Friday, his time to shine. The 3-year-old gelded son of Better Than Cheddar, definitely racing well and coming on late for second in all of those recent performances.
Night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life, and wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby,
Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing fillies gold and grassroots divisions are coming to Rideau Carleton on August 24th, but we have a long history in the Ontario Sire Stakes program. We take you back to September 23rd of 2010 for Emmy Lou Who, a trotter who blew away the competition in the Gold OSS 3-year-old trotting filly final.
Down along the inside, 5th to Levi's Lady. Now Brown will slide into 6th with Lookout Duchess. It's back there to Woke Up Dreamin', followed by No Magic to It and Random Destiny. And as they make their way out to the opening quarter, Young Scott, Zeron, and Wilsonator shows the way. Put up the opening quarter in a very quick 27 seconds flat. And now going on the attack is Cross of Lorraine. First up, it's Cross of Lorraine. Carl Jameson looking to challenge the leader here. Emmy Lou Who sits in the pocket spot, back to Angostura, off on a break, Levi's Lady. It's then back there to Lookout Duchess, followed by Woke Up Dreamin'. The trailers, Random Destiny, Levi's Lady. They're on their way to the half. They get there in 55-4, and the race leader down the backside is Wilsonator. Tracking from the pocket now, that's Emmy Lou Who, back in 3rd to Angostura, followed by Cross of Lorraine. Now Lookout Duchess peeks to the outside for Brown. It's back there to Random Destiny, followed by Woke Up Dreaming, and the trailers, No Magic to It and Levi's Lady. Wilsonator now with just a tight length lead over Emmy Lou Who as they approach 3/4. Back in 3rd, Angostura. 3/4 in 125-3, 29-4, and here comes Emmy Lou Who. Emmy Lou Who is going to issue the challenge to Wilsonator as they go to the far end now. It's Emmy Lou Who on the outside, Wilsonator on the inside, rest of the field losing touch, and Emmy Lou Who is trying to kick away, and she does. Emmy Lou Who, a clear-cut winner in the gold final of the Ontario Sire Stakes for 3-year-old trotting fillies, 156-3. Wilsonator, Random Destiny, 2nd and 3rd.
a sign of just how good the Ontario Sire Stakes program has become. That victory at Rideau Carleton in Ontario Sire Stakes Gold 3-year-old trotting filly action. That win from Emmy Lou Hu was significant. Her daughter, Emoticon Hanover, was a great champion and was voted the Broodmare of the Year at the Dan Patch Awards in Florida last year. And Emoticon Hanover's son, Emmy Lou Hu's grandson, Emoticon Legacy, became the fastest 3-year-old trotter in Canadian history last night at Woodbine Mohawk Park, winning the Good Times Stake in 1:50.2, equaling the Canadian record for all age trotters. A great family. Speaking of families, we welcome all the families and especially all the dads and granddads and father figures to Rideau Carleton tonight for some live racing. Happy Father's Day. The horses are coming from the paddock towards the track for the Race 1 post parade. The Race 1 Pacers are coming on track for the post parade. They are non-winners of $5,000 lifetime with allowances for fillies and mares, and non-winners of a race allowed $4,000. The purse, $5,600. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Better's Zone, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Bill Maines, Michael Horwood, all of Ontario, and Limco Incorporated of Quebec. Vic Putty trains, Guy Gagnon drives. 2 is Built to Thrill, owned by Gilles Plourde with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Stéphane Pouliot drives. Moving to the 4, the current 1-2 favorite, Whiskey Friday, owned and trained by Steve Germain of Ottawa. Robert Shepard drives. Note the bridle change on Whiskey Friday, who goes blind to Pelling Pacifier. 5 is Lady Liz, making her first career start for owner-trainer Shay Kelly of Russell, Ontario. Clark Stacey drives. 6 is Tia, owned by Alexis Zilke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. 'And completing the field, number 3 is Business on the Beach, owned by Les Écuries Saint-Thomas, Incorporated of Saint-Charles-Borromée, Quebec, trained and driven by Jacques Baudouin. That's your field of 6 pacers for upcoming Race 1 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. For those playing the early daily double, there were no changes in race 2. The only change in the first couple of races pertains to the current favorite, now shown on screen, the 3 to 5 wagering choice, number 4, Whiskey Friday, going blind bridle to Pelling Pacifier. The 3-year-old gelded son of Better Than Cheddar. 0 for 7 this year, but getting closer every week, it seems. In this field of other maidens, he's a strong possibility. In recent weeks, he's occasionally been galloping in the post parade, but Robert Shepard has him pacing perfectly out there right now. So Whiskey Friday, Glenn Pearson's top selection, looking good for race 1. My top choice is the 1, Better Zone, in his debut for Guy Gagnon. He was racing wide down the stretch in his most recent start here, coming home in the field's second fastest last quarter, 29-2, and making a quick turnaround here. 6 to 5 right now from the rail, Better's Zone. Track handicapper selections are displayed on screen. Glenn and I see it quite similarly here, except I'm using Better Zone over Whiskey Friday, and he sees it the other way around. Both of us using number 2, Built to Thrill, for show. This one left well from the rail on June 1st, settled 4th early, got caught in and shuffled back on the backstretch, and held on in a conservative trip for 4th in a seasonal debut. Built to Thrill, the 4-year-old mare by Big Jim, Stéphane Pouliot driving. Completing our ticket, both of us going to number 6, Tia, getting a bit of post relief. Tia, interestingly, is the full sister to Whiskey Friday. So you have the brother and sister going behind the gate together here in race 1. Tia, however, winless in a greater number of starts. She's the 4-year-old mare by Better Than Cheddar. She matched her quickest ever performance on her last move in from post 8. That was last Sunday, a 1:56.4 individual mile by Tia. She's making a quick turnaround here. She's 24-1 and should be part of your triactor superfecta tickets on the bottom end of those tickets. It looks like this is between the 1 and the 4 if Glenn and I have it right. We're about to find out. This is your last chance to wager on race 1. The starter has called the field. The pacers are lining up in front of the Rideau Carleton grandstand. 1 is Better Zone, Guy Gagnon. 2, Built to Thrill, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, Business on the Beach, Jacques Baudouin. 4, Whiskey Friday, Robert Shepard. 5, Lady Liz, making her first career start for driver Clark Stacey. And on the outside, number 6, Tia for Sebastian Turenne. They're on the turn.
The Pacers are now on the backstretch. Number 3, Business on the Beach, is slightly behind the others as they approach the start. And they're off and pacing. Better Zone, leaving well from the inside. Built to Thrill to that one's outside. Going to take back and sit the pocket. Here comes Tia, first over into third, shuffled back to fourth along the inside, Whiskey Friday, and then it's a gap back to Lady Liz and further back to the Business on the Beach, that one trailing after being tardy behind the gate. They're circling single file past a 28-1 opening quarter, led by Better Zone, who's keeping about a length and a half, make it 2 lengths, 2 widening lengths ahead of next closest company, Built to Thrill, who's second. Then it's back to a third place Tia, fourth Whiskey Friday, stepping out now to come first over. Then following in fifth along the cones, that's Lady Liz. And a second over from the back of the field, getting rough gated on the turn there, Business on the Beach. Widening that lead to 3 lengths by the half, reached in 57-3. It's Better Zone, and Guy Gagnon continuing to set the pace along the backstretch, shadowed most closely by Built to Thrill, who continues to sit second, gapping in third. On the outside now, it's the first over, Whiskey Friday, pressing on outside of Tia, who now sits fourth along the inside. Gapping behind that one, Lady Liz, and trailing Business on the Beach, 125-3 to 3/4. And here comes the anticipated showdown. The pace setter, Better Zone, continuing to maintain the lead at the top of the stretch. And the first over bid of Whiskey Friday is up to the sulky wheel, but going no further. In fact, it's going to be Better Zone's first victory by about 2 lengths over Whiskey Friday, Built to Thrill, and Tia. 154-4. Wow. Better Zone with a maiden-breaking victory. The 3-year-old Better's Delight gelding leading at every step for Guy Gagnon and taking a sharp 154-4 lifetime mark. Race 1 unofficial results are now posted. At odds of 7-5, number 1, Better Zone, the race winner for Guy Gagnon, over the 1-2 favorite, number 4, Whiskey Friday, who finished second. 2, Built to Thrill, was third. And 6, Tia, fourth. 1, 4, 2, 6. The unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets.
Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 1 winner, number 1, Better Zone, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Impact Zone, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Bill Maines and Michael Horwood of Ontario, who share ownership with Limco Incorporated of Quebec. Better Zone was bred by Winback Farm of Maryland, trained by Vic Putty, driven to a first career victory by Guy Gagnon. Congratulations to Better's Zone and the team. 154-4. A maiden victory. Race 1 results are now official. Prices are posted for Race 1. Number 1, Better Zone, returns $4.90 to win. The $2 1-4 exactor pays $7.30. The $1 triactor, 142, $7.05. And the $1 superfecta, 1426, $22.60. The Race 1 rundown is now posted. 1, Better Zone gets a maiden victory for Guy Gagnon. 2, Built to Thrill finished 3rd. 3, Business on the Beach was 6th. 1-2 favorite number 4, Whiskey Friday finished 2nd. 5, Lady Liz was 5th. And 6, Tia finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 3, 6, 2, 5, 4. The fractions were 28-1 to the opening quarter, 57-3 at the half, 125-3 at 3/4, 154-4 the winning mile for Better's Zone. Take note, in Race 5, we're offering a carryover of $3,799. The high 5 was not hit on Wednesday in Race 10. There were some long shots in the high 5. So that carries over. You're starting with some free money in the pool for the high 5 coming up in just a few races from now. Race 5, the high 5, a 20-cent base wager, and you need to select the top 5 finishers in order in Race 5. Coming up next, though, race 2 on the pace, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. Strong support for Glenn's top selection here. Number 4, Pizzazz Hanover, the 3-5 current favorite. She's one of 3 that I'm using in this 20-cent pick 4 ticket that begins in race 2 and costs $9.60. Going 3 deep here, I like the 2 Jenny Longlegs for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, as well as the 3 Best Girl in Town for Melanie Plourde and Stéphane Pouliot, and using the 4 Pizzazz Hanover for Jeremy Marcotte and Pascal Berube. She's won half her starts this year already. Going with just the 2 and 3, AJ Morelli and Wildcat Lisa in race 3. Using 4 horses in race 4, number 2, Gator Hanover, number 5, Duck Dynasty, number 1, Radley Hanover, and the 6, Howie's Man. And then completing the ticket in race 5 with the 1, Wicked Move, and the 5, I Bet You a Kiss. $9.60 for that ticket. The race 2 pacers are coming from the paddock towards the track for the post parade. Those who are on track, if you look on the flip side of race 2, you'll see the Youth Literary Derby and Youth Art Derby contests hosted by the Bill Galvin Racing Alliance. Some good prizes there if you want to enter by August 31st. And the Bill Galvin Racing Alliance will be coming to Rideau Carleton on Family Day, Sunday, August 10th, with their virtual reality goggles so you can experience what it's like to drive a harness horse in a race. August 10th, right here at Rideau Carleton. Here comes the race 2 post parade. These pacers are fillies and mares who are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime, also eligible. $20,000 claimers who are non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. The purse is $6,200. Number 1 is Muktuk Annie, owned by Dean Larkin of Edwards, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Jenny Longlegs. Jenny Longlegs is owned by Gestion Louis La Tulipe Incorporated of Saint-Ferréol-les-Neiges, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. We're getting a look at number 4 now, Pizzazz Hanover, owned and trained by Jeremy Marcotte of Notre-Dame-de-la-Paix, Quebec. Pascal Berube is in the bike. Five is Twice the Delight, owned by Glen B Farms, Glen Burnie, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey. Ryan Guy drives. Six is My Midnight Lover, owned and trained by Eric Lafleur of Quebec. Clark Stacey drives. And completing the field from post 3, Best Girl in Town. Owned and trained by Melanie Plourde of Gloucester, Ontario. Stéphane Pouliot drives. That's your field of 6 filly and mare pacers for upcoming race 2. No changes in race 2. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. If you are playing the pick 4, take note, no changes in the first 3 legs. In the last leg, race 5, there is a bridle change on number 5. I Bet You a Kiss going blinkers to blind. That's the only change in the sequence. We're zooming in right now on the 3 to 5 current favorite, number 4, Pizzazz Hanover. Glenn Pearson's top selection here, and she's one of the major players. Pizzazz Hanover was caught wide early Sunday and came second over to follow My Midnight Lover on the first turn. She settled third at the 27-1 opening quarter. Then she was gapping fourth on the backstretch and slipped out second over to swing 3 wide near 3/4. Pizzazz Hanover was overtaken in deep stretch by Simply the Best and My Midnight Lover. She is still getting lots of respect on the tote board. The favorite has shifted towards My Top Choice, 3 to 5 odds right now. On number 2, Jenny Longlegs, who gets major post and class relief. She crushed on the front end in her first ever Rideau qualifier on June 16th of last year. That was also for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. Pizzazz Hanover was coincidentally 13 lengths back in second in that first ever qualifier by Jenny Longlegs. This filly went undefeated for Guy Gagnon in her first 3 starts here and faced far tougher at Hippodrome 3R on Sunday. Glenn Pearson not using number 2 Jenny Longlegs in his ticket. He has faith in Pizzazz Hanover on top of the ticket. Both of us are using number 3 Best Girl in Town in the place spot. She went undefeated at Rideau Carleton from June 20th through July 4th of last year. She was gapping single file 5th from the first turn to the half last Sunday and got caught in on the backstretch. She made a mild late bid. She broke her maiden in her 11th start last year for the returning Stéphane Pouliot. Take note, this is the 11th seasonal start of 2025 for number 3 Best Girl in Town, and she's 17 to 1. I would suggest boxing that exactor. Maybe a 2-3-4 or a 2-3-6. The 6, My Midnight Lover, was first over early Sunday, chasing leader LaBarbe beyond the quarter before settling into the pocket. Then she got covered up by the advancing Gouda Man along the backstretch and boxed in on the final turn. She was loose late up the inside path, but got collared at the wire by Simply the Best. 7-2 right now on the tote board. That's number 6, My Midnight Lover. The starter has called the field for race 2, which kicks off the first pick 4 of tonight's card. Still time to wager. First behind the gate, Twice a Delight and Ryan Guy looking eager. The rest are lining up now. 1 is Muck Tuck Annie, Robert Shepard. 2, Jenny Longlegs, Guy Gagnon. 3, Best Girl in Town, Stéphane Pouliot. 4, Pizzazz Hanover, Pascal Berube. 5, Twice the Delight, Ryan Guy. 6, My Midnight Lover for Clark Stacey. They're on the turn, Muck Tuck Annie and Jenny Longlegs. And Pizzazz Hanover still need to do a little work to get in line. The starting gate is on the backstretch, though. Everybody now getting into position before the start.
And they're off and pacing. That's Twice a Delight going to leave from mid-pack for Ryan Guy, but she's out sprinted early. Pizzazz Hanover coming on between horses to take the lead. Jenny Longlegs sits second, about 2 lengths behind that leader, moving up gradually to land single file third. Best Girl in Town, and then behind her in fourth, Muck Tuck Annie on the opening turn. They're circling past the 27-3 opening panel with Pizzazz Hanover doing the early legwork, tightening up in the pocket now. Jenny Longlegs, and still sitting third, Best Girl in Town. First over in fourth, My Midnight Lover, underway for Clark Stacy, followed by Twice a Delight. Second over from the back of the pack, Muck Tuck Annie is caught in along the pylon second last as this field heads towards the halfway point. Still led by Pizzazz Hanover and Pascal Berube, getting there in 58 flat and controlling things, leading by 3 on the backstretch. Here's a big first over move now on the backstretch. My Midnight Lover gaining ground up into second, outside of Jenny Longlegs, getting the shovel to third. Second over, gapping cover fourth. That's Best Girl in Town. Fifth along the pylons, Muck Tuck Annie. And at the back of the field, Twice a Delight would need to do more. 125 and 4 at 3/4. And up front, it's Pizzazz Hanover continuing to control things. But Jenny Longlegs looks to be getting marching orders from Guy Gagnon, setting up for the stretch drive. Jenny Longlegs trying a bid up the inside, not going to catch a going away Pizzazz Hanover. A strong performance for Pascal Berube. Jenny Longlegs holds on for place ahead of Muck Tuck Annie and Best Girl in Town. 153 and 4. The front end trips have been successful tonight. Pizzazz Hanover with a very successful one here in race 2, lowering her lifetime mark as well. 153 and 4 in this going away effort, her third seasonal victory. Race 2 results are now posted, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. 2 to 5 favorite, number 4, Pizzazz Hanover, the race winner. Over 2, Jenny Longlegs, second. 1, Muck Tuck Annie, finished third, ahead of 3, Best Girl in Town, fourth. 4, 2, 1, 3, the unofficial top 4 in race 2. Please hold all tickets. Now walking back to the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure, unofficial race 2 winner, number 4, Pizzazz Hanover, a 3-year-old bay filly by Captain Treacherous out of Princess Fabulosa, owned and trained by Jeremy Marcotte of Notre Dame de la Paix, Quebec, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania, driven to victory by Pascal Berube. That's a 3rd win
in 5 starts so far this season for Pizzazz Hanover, who lowered her lifetime mark to 153 and 4. Congratulations. Race 2 results are now official. Prices are posted for Race 2. Number 4, Pizzazz Hanover, pays $2.90 to win. The $2 4-2 exactor returns $9.70. $39.65 for the $1 triactor 4-2-1 combination. The 1-4 daily double pays $9 for the $2 ticket. And the $1 superfecta returns $78.25 for the 4-2-1-3 combination. The Race 2 rundown is now posted. 1, Muck Tuck Annie finished 3rd. 2, Jenny Longlegs was 2nd. 3, Best Girl in Town 4th. 2 to 5 favorite, number 4, Pizzazz Hanover, in a new lifetime mark of 153 and 4 for driver Pascal Berube. 5, Twice a Delight finished 6th. And 6, My Midnight Lover was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 2, 4, 1, 6, 5. The fractions for race 2, 27 and 3 to the quarter, 58 flat at the half, 125 and 4 at 3/4, and that new lifetime mark, 153 and 4. Looks good on Pizzazz Hanover. There's some extra money already in the Super High Five pool coming up in Race 5 tonight at Rideau Carleton. $3,799. This bet was not hit in Race 10 of our last card, so it's on offer again tonight. The High Five, once again, it's a ticket where you choose the top 5 finishers in order in a given race, in this case, Race 5. Coming up, just a couple of races after Race 3. That's next on the agenda with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. No changes in race 3. The horses are coming on track now for the post parade for race 3. These paces are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 or a race in 2024-2025. Allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts or a race this year. The purse, $5,200. Number 1 is Big Pete's Style, owned by Rachel Burns of Cardinal, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Pascal Berube hoping to go back-to-back. 2 is AJ Morelli back on Lasix on his return from Hippodrome 3R. He's owned by Francois Morin of Beauceville, Quebec, trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 3 is the current 3-5 favorite, Wildcat Lisa, owned by Carolyn Gerald of Roslyn and Doug High of Fraserville, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 4 is Hellas Rocket, owned by Alexis Zilke of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Sebastian Turenne. 5 is Bad Apple, owned by Leah Rose Laverne of Papineauville, Quebec, trained by Benoit Hébert. William Waugh drives. And completing the field from post 6, Perfect Dalliance, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almont, Ontario. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. That's your field of 6 for upcoming race 3 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Taking a look at track handicapper selections for race 3. Both Glenn and I are using the current even money favorite, number 3, Wildcat Lisa, in the place spot. That could be a mistake. She is coming in from Kawartha Downs and debuting for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, off in a winning combination. She's 0 for 6 this year, but the 5-year-old daughter of Better Than Cheddar looking sharp on track. Glenn is looking to the 5, Bad Apple, the 4-year-old McWicked gelding, as his top selection here. That one also looking good on track. 11-1, a great price. He's got 1 win in 10 starts so far this season. William Waugh driving Bad Apple tonight. Pascal Berube has opted for the 1, Big Pete Style, a horse factoring into both of our tickets. Glenn is using this one, 4th. I've got him higher up in the ticket. 13 years old, but a lot of back class and a lot of wins in Big Pete Style. My top choice and best bet, 2-1 right now on the 2, AJ Morelli. Class drop from the preferred handicap on June 8th at Hippodrome 3R. Marie-Claude Auger keeping the drive on this strong closer in upcoming race 3. The starter has called the field for race 3. This is your last chance to wager on race 3, kicking off a pick 3 sequence here at Rideau Carleton. They're lining up now. 1 is Big Pete Style, Pascal Berube. 2, AJ Morelli, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Wildcat Lisa, Guy Gagnon. 4, Hella's Rocket, Sebastian Turenne. 5, Bad Apple, William Waugh. And on the outside, 6, Perfect Dalliance, Robert Shepard. Lined up perfectly on the turn. Field is on the backstretch. Headed towards the start. They're off and pacing, pressing on from the outside. Bad Apple leaving for William Waugh to cross over just ahead of Wildcat Lisa and open up by 2. Wildcat Lisa second, moving well from the outside. Perfect Dalliance going to land third behind them. In 4th, that's Big Pete Style, the veteran, just ahead of the closer, AJ Morelli, and trailing single file to the opening quarter, Hella's Rocket. Up front and leading the way at a price, Bad Apple, 28-1 opening quarter, and he's keeping ahead of Wildcat Lisa, although Wildcat Lisa wasn't one for the pocket, and she's cruised right to the front for Guy Gagnon, opening up now by 3 lengths. Sitting second, Bad Apple. 3rd, Perfect Dalliance. Gapping 4th, Big Pete Style. 5th, under tight lines, AJ Morelli, and still at the back of the field at this point. Trailing to the half, that is Hella's Rocket. They reach the halfway point in 57-3 on the backstretch. It's a close lead now. Wildcat Lisa stalked by number 5, Bad Apple. He's sitting a close pocket. First over now into 3rd. That's Perfect Dalliance moving on the outside as well. Up into 4th, second over. That's AJ Morelli caught inside that one. Big Pete Style at the back of the field. Out of it at this point, Hella's Rocket, 126 flat, 2 3/4, and they're setting up for a duel on the final turn for home here. Wildcat Lisa trying to deliver a second victory of the night for Guy Gagnon, chased home by Bad Apple on the outside. Bad Apple not going to collar. Wildcat Lisa sprinting to her first win of the year by 2 lengths over Bad Apple. Then it's Big Pete Style and AJ Morelli, 154-3. Wildcat Lisa making the transition from Kawartha Downs to Rideau Carleton in fine style, getting her first win of the season. 154-3. That's a brisk mile. A strong win for Wildcat Lisa. We're looking at the unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 3 at odds of 7-5. Number 3, Wildcat Lisa gets a lifetime best victory of 154-3 for Guy Gagnon. Second, 17-1. The odds on number 5, Bad Apple. A good performance there. Keeping ahead of number 1, Big Pete Style, who was third. And the 3-5 favorite at the last flash was number 2, AJ Morelli, ending up fourth. 3-5-1-2, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 3. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, it's number 3 in race 3, Wildcat Lisa. She's in a hurry to get back to the barn, but this 5-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Armbro Champaign is owned by Carolyn Gerald of Roslyn and Doug High of Fraserville, Ontario. Bred by Carolyn Gerald, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. She's the official winner of race 3. And takes a new lifetime mark tonight, 154-3 in her first win of the season, Wildcat Lisa. The results for race 3 are official and prices are posted. Number 3, Wildcat Lisa, pays $4.80 to win. The $2 3-5 exactor, $39. $45.75 for the $1 351 triactor, and $79.15 for the $1 superfecta 3512 combination. The race 3 rundown is now on your screens. Number 1, Big Pete Style was third. 3 to 5 favorite number 2, AJ Morelli was fourth. 3, Wildcat Lisa, the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 4, Hella's Rocket was sixth. 5, Bad Apple second. And 6, Perfect Dalliance fifth. From the top down, your program should read 3, 4, 1, 6, 2, 5. The fractions 28 and 1 to the quarter, 57 and 3 at the half, 126 flat at 3/4, 154 and 3 the winning mile, and a new mark for Wildcat Lisa. Here's your reminder about the Super High Five carryover coming up in race 5. It's a field of 9. You have to pick the top 5 in that one race. Not many changes. The only change is a bridle change on the 5. I Bet You a Kiss. It's a good race for a high 5 ticket. The 5, I Bet You a Kiss, going blinkers to blind. No other changes there. So you might want to work out your ticket now. Race 5 also kicks off the one and only Pick 5 tonight at Rideau Carleton. Race 4 is coming up next, however, with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. No changes here. A field of 7 pacers. They're approaching the track now for the Race 4 post parade this Father's Day evening. Happy Father's Day to all the dads and granddads and father figures of harness racing. My dad used to take me to Rideau Carleton when I was younger. Here comes the post parade for race 4. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. The purse, $6,000. One is Radley Hanover, owned and trained by Caroline Malo-Tetro of Saint-Légory, Quebec. Ryan Guy drives. Two is Gator Hanover, owned by Rachel Burns with Tyler and Nancy Moore, all of Ontario. Mike Armstrong trains. Pascal Berube drives. 3 is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Josh Miller. Four is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott of Brinston, Ontario, trained by Brian Scott, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. The current favorite, at odds of 3 to 2, is number 5, Duck Dynasty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, along with Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 6 is Howie's Man, racing without Lasix tonight, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, trained by Christina Miller. Guy Gagnon drives. Completing the field, number 7, Lucky Leonard, owned and trained by Caroline Malo-Tetro of Saint-Légory, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. That's your field for race 4. Some broken equipment on the 5 Duck Dynasty. He's being taken in hand for an equipment repair. That's the 5 Duck Dynasty. Stéphane Pouliot turning him with a little help. The board has shifted somewhat, and the favorite is now number 2, Gator Hanover, visible on screen. Gator Hanover, the 5-year-old son of Sweet Lou, got away third along the pylons behind a dueling Dillon's Bank and Sea Laird last Sunday, and made a first over move on the final turn, but couldn't catch the top 2 that race. He took a 152-1 lifetime mark at Georgian Downs on June 25th of last year, racing on the front end. His personal 152-4 mile is his fastest this year, and that's the time he went in on June 8th at Rideau Carleton. He's moving from claiming to conditioned company, and 1-2 now on the tote board, number 2, Gator Hanover. Duck Dynasty holding at 3-1 right now from post 5. He crossed over from post 6 to make front last Sunday and cut fast fractions at odds of 13-1, opening up on the lead. He was under first over pressure from No Sport, pun intended, on the backstretch and tired late. He was placed third ahead of the stretch breaker, Smiling Billy the Kid. That's the 5, Duck Dynasty. I've got a 20-cent pick 4 ticket mapped out for the middle pick 4 that begins here, keeping it economical in race 4. I think this is wide open. I'm going with Gator Hanover, Duck Dynasty, the 2 and the 5, as well as the 1 Radley Hanover and the 6 Howie's Man. Race 5, just using 2 of them, the 1 Wicked Move and the 5 I Bet You a Kiss. Race 6 going 3 deep with the 5 Mythic Gambler, the 2 Light the Torch, and 4 Early Action in our feature, the Preferred Handicap Pace, and Singling in race 7. That should be the 2. The 2, No Time at All in race 7. My single there for Yves Tessier and Pascal Berube to conclude this pick 4 sequence. 20-cent ticket costing $4.80. Again in race 7, that should be the 2. If you're having a good time at the races tonight, don't forget that our schedule changed this year. We don't race on the Thursday afternoons anymore. It's 6 p.m. every Wednesday night for the rest of the year, right up till December. 6 p.m. on Wednesdays and 6:30 p.m. on Sundays here at Rideau Carleton. There's still time to wager. Duck Dynasty appears to have gone to the backstretch for equipment repair. So windows remain open. Again, those exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering on race 4. Now walking past the grandstand, looking very calm. Number 1, Radley Hanover, making his 2025 parimutuel debut. He crushed on the front end at Hippodrome 3R in his May 4th, 2024 seasonal debut. Radley Hanover paced the field's co-fastest closing quarter in a qualifier here last Sunday, coming home in 28 flat and beating 3 rivals in a second place finish behind the long gone winner, Margot's Got the Cargo. The one Radley Hanover overlooked at 11-1. I'm using him in my triactor and superfecta tickets here. Number 6, Howie's Man. Another one to consider, the 6. Odds of 6-1 right now. Guy Gagnon has 2 wins in the first 3 races. Howie's Man is surprisingly winless in 3 starts last year for Guy Gagnon, but those were at higher classifications. Howie's Man broke leaving in his latest start, May 31st at Vernon Downs. He's been tough on the front end in 2 Hippodrome 3R wins and 1 Vernon win last year, and gets class relief here. If Guy Gagnon can cross over with Howie's Man, he will definitely factor into race 4. He's right in front of the grandstand now. That's the 6, Howie's Man, and Guy Gagnon. The starter has called the field for race 4. The Pacers are lining up in front of the grandstand, led by number 1, Radley Hanover, and Ryan Guy. 2, Gator Hanover, Pascal Berube. 3, Lancaster Bomber, Josh Miller. 4, Well Worth the Wait, first behind the gate for Marie-Claude Auger. 5, Duck Dynasty and Stéphane Pouliot. 6, Howie's Man, Guy Gagnon. And on the outside, 7, Lucky Leonard for Robert Shepard. They're gradually lining up on the turn. Duck Dynasty getting in place now. Radley Hanover is looking to time the gate for Ryan Guy, possibly. The field is on the backstretch. And the raw fan pacing, a staggered start for the 2 inside horses and the outsider, Lucky Leonard, an early 3-horse battle erupting, Lancaster Bomber, and also Duck Dynasty involved, and crossing over to make front early. That's Howie's Man for Guy Gagnon, settling on the lead just ahead of Duck Dynasty, going to duck into the pocket. Here comes a first over move out of third, Lancaster Bomber, and Josh Miller already underway. 26-3, a quick enough opening quarter, and that's Howie's Man being cleared now by Lancaster Bomber, making front and putting Howie's Man second. Following third, Duck Dynasty. 4th, Well Worth the Wait. 5th is Lucky Leonard. That's Gator Hanover stepping out first over from second last, and trailing at this point is Radley Hanover. They head single file to the half, getting there in 55-3.
3, and it's steady pressure. Lancaster Bomber on the front end, and he's shadowed from Howie's Man, his stablemate, sitting the pocket. Third and now caught in. That's Duck Dynasty, an advancing Gator Hanover, brushing into second on the backstretch and coming after leader Lancaster Bomber. He's up to the saddlecloth now, and following that cover, second over into third. Duck Dynasty getting the shuffle back to fourth. That's Howie's Man, 124 and 3 3/4, and things are unsettled on the lead, but Gator Hanover and Pascal Berube have claimed it on the turn for home, fighting back on the inside. That's Lancaster Bomber trying to get things done from the middle of the pack. Gator Hanover, and outdoing them both, Duck Dynasty. Quack, quack. That's Stefan Pouliot getting the win. Lancaster Bomber second, Gator Hanover third, 153 and 1. Quite the stretch duel there. Lancaster Bomber proving tough on the front end. Gator Hanover confronting him. And then Duck Dynasty recovering nicely after the broken equipment before the start. He settled down, sat down along the cones, and charged late to a 153 and 1 victory. That's his second this year in start number 15 and his first win at Rideau Carleton. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 4 at odds of 2-1. Number 5, Duck Dynasty, the winner for Stefan Pouliot. Over 45-1 long shot. Number 3, Lancaster Bomber, second. 1-5 favorite. Number 2, Gator Hanover was third. And 4, well worth the wait, completes the superfecta. The unofficial top 4 order of finish, 5, 3, 2, 4. Please hold all tickets. Now walking back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, it's unofficial race 4 winner, number 5, Duck Dynasty, a 5-year-old brown gelding by Huntsville out of Rock and Opium, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, with Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario. Duck Dynasty was bred by Blair Corbet and Erna Corbet of Alberta, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. That's his fastest win of the season, 153 and 1. His first Rideau victory and his second win of the season. Congratulations, Duck Dynasty and Connections.
Results are now official for race 4. Prices are posted for race 4. Number 5, Duck Dynasty, returns $6.70 to win. That exactor 5-3 combination, $132.40 for the $2 ticket. The $1 try 5-3-2 combination, $180.15. The $1 superfecta 5-3-2-4 ticket pays $640.95. The race 4 rundown is now posted. 1, Radley Hanover was 5th. 1-5, favorite number 2, Gator Hanover was 3rd. 3, Lancaster Bomber 2nd. 4, Well Worth the Wait 4th. 5, Duck Dynasty, the race winner for Stefan Pouliot. 6, Howie's Man was 6th. And 7, Lucky Leonard 7th. From the top down, your program should read 5, 3, 2, 4, 1, 6, 7. The fractions for race 4, 26-3 to the opening quarter, 55-3 at the half, 124-3 at 3/4, 153-1, a seasonal mark for Duck Dynasty. Race 5 has arrived. Exactor, triactor, Pick 5 wagering, where you select the winners of the next 5 races in a row, races 5 through 9. And most importantly here, super high 5 wagering in race 5. This field of 9, you've got to select the top 5 in order in race 5, 1st through 5th. It's a 20-cent base wager, and there's a carryover here. It wasn't hit in race 10 of our last card, so there's $3,799 already in the high 5 pool. Some free money to play for in upcoming race 5. Track handicapper selections are now on screen. Glenn and myself taking a look at this. We both had Gator Hanover last race, who finished third. Glenn had Bad Apple in race 3, who outperformed his odds, and winner Pizzazz Hanover in race 2. I've just had one winner tonight, and we see it a little differently from each other here in race 5. Glenn is looking to the 6, Gouda Man on the class drop, the 3-year-old gelding by Better Than Cheddar. Already a maiden-breaking win here on June 4th. That's Glenn's top pick. He's using number 2, DJ Cowboy, for Mike Armstrong and Ryan Guy, second in the ticket. That one has a recent victory, June 8th. Then he's going to 1, Wicked Move in the show spot, ahead of 5, I Bet You a Kiss, and completing his high 5 ticket with number 8, Hands Off, Nose In. I'm using Wicked Move for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon, the 3-year-old gelded son of Mick Wicked, on top of my ticket. Going to the 5, I Bet You a Kiss for Christine Beaulieu and Robert Shepard in the place spot. Then I've got the 2, DJ Cowboy, ahead of 6, Gouda Man, and 8, Hands Off, Nose In. That's our high 5 tickets, a 20-cent base wager. If you need help with figuring out how to place that bet, you can ask the teller. She's in with those self-serve machines to help you figure out the ticket if you haven't played a high 5 ticket here before. We always have a lot of new visitors to the track, and some of them are new to wagering at this time of year. So good luck with your wagers on this Father's Day evening. The horses are coming towards the track now for the Race 5 Post Parade. The Race 5 Pacers are coming on track for the post parade. They are non-winners of $8,000 lifetime, $10,000 for the fillies and mares. Non-winners of a race in their last 10 starts allowed $2,500. Also eligible $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. Also allowances for fillies and mares there. The purse, $5,800. One is the current 4-5 favorite, Wicked Move, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon drives. 2 is DJ Cowboy, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, Prince Edward Island, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. Moving on to number 4, DA Players Delight, owned by Sean Vino with Michael Bates of Ottawa. Trained by Ted McDonald, William Waugh drives. Five is I Bet You a Kiss, owned by driver Robert Shepard of Mirabel, Quebec. Trained by Christine Beaulieu. Note the equipment change. I Bet You a Kiss going blinkers to blind bridle. 6 is Gouda Man, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Mike Healy drives. 7 is CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Marie-Claude Auger. Here's the 3, Little Cassara, owned by Ross Hitchens of Westbrook, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey. Clark Stacey is in the bike. Here's the trailer, number 9, All-Star Ballerina, owned by Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And completing the field, number 8, Hands Off, Nose In, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Marc Bélanger and Jean-Louis Chartier, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. That's your field of 9 pacers for upcoming Race 5, Exactor Triactor, Pick 5, and Super High 5 wagering. Again, we've got that carryover in the High 5, and it's a good one. This ticket was not hit in Race 10 Wednesday, so there's an extra $3,799 to play for in the High 5 pool here. All you need to do is pick the first 5 finishers in order in Race 5. We're getting a look at the current 3 to 5 favorite, who happens to be my top pick here as well, number 1, Wicked Move. She was a beaten 6 to 5 favorite in her most recent start. I should say this is a gelding, so Wicked Move, he retreated to single file third on the opening turn Sunday and made his move on the backstretch, chasing the gate to wire winner DJ Cowboy to the finish. The two of them were nearly inseparable at the wire. So Wicked Move, the 3-year-old gelded son of McWicked, looks like a strong contender here. 2 wins already this season. And Guy Gagnon back in the bike on the Mandy Archer trainee. The starter has called the field for Race 5. This is your one and only chance tonight to play the Pick 5 and your last chance to get in on that carryover for the High 5. It all begins here in Race 5. They're lining up now. 1 is Wicked Move, Guy Gagnon. 2, DJ Cowboy, Ryan Guy. 3, Little Cassara, Clark Stacey. 4, DA Players Delight, William Waugh. 5, I Bet You a Kiss, Robert Shepard. 6, Gouda Man, Mike Healy. 7, CB Caper, Marie-Claude Auger. 8, Hands Off, Nose In for Pascal Berube on the outside. 9, All-Star Ballerina, trails for Stéphane Pouliot. They're on the turn, headed on to the backstretch. A somewhat staggered start. The outside 2 are hanging back. They're off and pacing, though, and DJ Cowboy and Little Cassara getting out of there well. That is DJ Cowboy and Ryan Guy on the lead momentarily and getting circled here by I Bet You a Kiss, advancing to the front for Robert Shepard. Caught out there, 3 wide and moving on already. Gouda Man and Mike Healy pressing the pace to the opening quarter, which was reached in 27 flat, and we have a new leader. That is Gouda Man
Man at 16-1, settling on the front end now, just ahead of next closest, I Bet You a Kiss. She's about a length and a half behind him. Then is DJ Cowboy third, fourth Little Casara, fifth Wicked Move on the move outside, towing All-Star Ballerina into it, second over from seventh. They're circling towards the half now with Gouda Man doing the heavy lifting on the front end, and he's facing a challenge now from DJ Cowboy. First over to his outside in second, 57-1, a 30-1 second panel breather for Gouda Man. DJ Cowboy out on the limb, pressing the pace on the backstretch, following from third on the inside, I Bet You a Kiss, yet to leave the pocket, and then out there fourth, following second over, Wicked Move as they approach three quarters, 125-4. Gouda Man looking good on the front end, but here's a swing from Wicked Move going three wide. Following that cover, DA Players Delight, second over at the top of the stretch. The rest might be coming from minor shares only. Wicked Move making a wicked move to the front, blasting up the inside late. I Bet You a Kiss has something to say about it, but not enough. Wicked Move, I Bet You a Kiss, Gouda Man, and then Little Casara, 155-2. An exciting finish in race 5. Gouda Man setting the pace. Wicked Move not willing to give up, fighting on for that win. And I Bet You a Kiss making a last surge up the inside path for a good place finish. Wicked Move lowering his lifetime mark in his third win this season. 155-2. The unofficial results are now posted for the top 5 finishers in race 5. The 3-5 favorite, number 1, Wicked Move. The race winner, over 5, I Bet You a Kiss, finishing a good second. Ahead of number 6, Gouda Man. Pace setter, holding on for show at odds of 16-1. 3, Little Casara was 4th. And then the 8, Hands Off, Nose In, closed to finish 5th at odds of 45-1. 1, 5, 6, 3, 8, your unofficial top 5 order of finish for race 5. Please hold all tickets. Coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 5 winner, and Guy Gagnon's third driving win of the card. Number 1, Wicked Move, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Mick Wickett out of Irene on the Move, owned by Jamie Copley, Kenmore, Ontario. Bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained by Mandy Archer. 155-2. That's a new lifetime best for Wicked Move. And his regular driver at Rideau Carleton, Guy Gagnon. Earlier driving wins for Guy Gagnon tonight with Wildcat Lisa
and Better Zone. Wicked Move, an understandable 3-5 favorite here. Race 5 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 5, where number 1 Wicked Move pays $3.40 to win. The $2 1.5 exactor pays $5.40. $18.75 for the $1 triactor, $1.56. The $1 pick 4, 4.351 for a 4 pays $60.60. That's the $1 ticket. The 20-cent Super High 5, 15638, returns $66.69. Three of 3 in the early pick 3, $26.10 for the $1 351 ticket. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 3-5 favorite number 1, Wicked Move. The race winner for Guy Gagnon in a lifetime mark. 2, DJ Cowboy finished 6th. 3, Little Casara was 4th. 4, DA Player's Delight was 8th. 5, I Bet You a Kiss, 2nd. 6, Gouda Man, 3rd. 7, CB Caper, 7th. 8, Hands Off Nose In, 5th. And 9, All-Star Ballerina, 9th. From the top down, your program should read 164823759. The fractions 27 flat to the quarter, 57 and 1 at the half, 125 and 4 at 3/4, 155 and 2. The new mark in Wicked Move's 3rd 2025 victory. We're moving on to race 6 on this Father's Day evening. Hope all the dads and granddads out there and father figures enjoyed their afternoon and are having a great day at Rideau Carleton. Continuing into this evening, we've got another pick 4 sequence kicking off here in race 6. 20-cent base wager. I've got a ticket worked out that costs $4.80. Going 3 deep here in our feature, the preferred handicap pace, the 5 Mythic Gambler, the 2 Light the Torch, and also the 4 Early Action. Anyone can take this in the absence of the light speed. Race 7, we've got the 2, 5, 1, and 7, all part of that. Moving on in race 8, I have singled a horse there. I believe my ticket may be a little different from what's displayed. I'll just revisit that. The horses are coming towards the track for the race 6 post parade. In this leg of the pick 4, I am going with the 5, 2, and 4 in our preferred handicap. The 2, 5, 1, and 7 in race 7, the 4 in race 8, and the 1 and 6 in the last leg for a $4.80 ticket with a 20-cent base wager. Coming on track, the preferred handicap pacers for race 6. A purse here of $10,000. It's our Father's Day evening feature. One is RJ's Super Freak, owned by trainer Eric Lafleur of Lange Gardienne, with Michel Blais, also of Lange Gardienne, Quebec. Marie-Claude O'Shea drives. 2 is Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, with Jean Fontaine of Trois-Rivières as well. Pascal Berube is in the bike. 3 is Sports Activator, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa, with Lloyd Howley of Cars Ontario. Mike Armstrong trains, Ryan Guy drives. 4 is Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville. Mandy Archer trains, Guy Gagnon drives. The 1 to 5 favorite from Post 5 is Mythic Gambler, owned by Cozen Farms of La Prairie, Quebec, trained by Catherine Girard, driven by Robert Shepard. That's your field of 5 pacers for the preferred handicap pace. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering. So the light speed is not a part of tonight's preferred handicap pace. I understand that he raced at Hippodrome 3R today and was a beaten 1-9 favorite in a Quebec sired series for a driver who was not Guy Gagnon. So we're looking at the 2-5 favorite here, getting all the respect, and the outside post, Mythic Gambler, making his first start since his off-the-pace victory over the Lightspeed in the May 25th preferred handicap at this track. Mythic Gambler closed widest of all in the field's fastest last quarter of 28-2. Not much else to add about him. If you can beat the Lightspeed on even terms, that's quite an accomplishment. Mythic Gambler has 3 wins from 4 starts this year. The 7-year-old Bettor's Delight gelding, starting the year in powerful style at this track for Catherine Girard and regular driver Robert Shepard. Glenn Pearson going with Mythic Gambler over Light the Torch, Early Action, and Sports Activator. I've got the exact same ticket here. We both like Light the Torch from post 2 in the place spot. Light the Torch getting a lot of post relief here. This is his Rideau return after another Hippodrome 3R preferred win last Sunday, when Pascal Berube guided him around Breaker Curious Cortez on the first turn. Light the Torch pocketed up under tight lines behind the pace setter, Self-Made, and then matched strides with him around the final turn before drawing ahead in the final strides over that tough rival. He's somewhat up in class here, but in this field, again, no Lightspeed. I think it makes a difference. Light the Torch, a top contender. And Guy Gagnon aboard number 4, Early Action. He sat second last early on a class drop last Sunday as Stonebridge Hermes cut the fractions. He flushed out Sports Activator in front of the grandstand and overtook him for a going-away win in the field's fastest closing quarter, 27-2. That's the 4, Early Action. The starter has called the field for race 6. Last chance to play the pick 4 sequence kicking off here. The preferred pacers are lining up. 1 is RJ's Super Freak, Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Light the Torch, Pascal Berube. 3, Sports Activator, Ryan Guy. 4, Early Action, Guy Gagnon. And 5, Mythic Gambler, Robert Shepard. Still a few lengths behind the rest. RJ's Super Freak. They're coming off the turn onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch. And they're lined up for the start. They're off and pacing. RJ's Super Freak is moving to an early lead. Caught 3 wide early. Sports Activator on the outside. Light the Torch is going to come after the early leader. RJ's Super Freak is going to take back and sit the pocket as Light the Torch and Pascal Berube move ahead to make front. But RJ Super Freak putting up some resistance there. It's not an easy way to make front. They're going past the opening quarter, and it's not quite that fast, but the battle up front hasn't ended yet. Light the Torch getting parked out by RJ Super Freak. Sports Activator watches and waits from third along the inside, a couple of lengths behind him in fourth, and coming second over now, Early Action, and trailing Mythic Gambler. They went by the second turn, and up front, leading the way, RJ Super Freak and Marie-Claude Auger leading the way on the backstretch. Caught out there, a rough night at the office for Light the Torch. Nobody
giving any advantages here. Following from third on the inside, Sports Activator, second over in fourth, Early Action, and gearing up from the back of the field. Mythic Gambler can see them all, still leading on the final turn. RJ's Super Freak, the strong closer, trying to put that reputation to rest. Stepping out to go 3 wide from the back of the field, Mythic Gambler and Robert Shepard finally coming after. The pace setting, RJ's Super Freak, as is Sports Activator, who has left the pocket. RJ's Super Freak on the way to a first preferred handicap victory. Second, Sports Activator. We'll have to double check the times there, as well as the show finish. RJ's Super Freak proved invincible on the front end. Sports Activator pulling late to try to eat into that lead, but not able to do it. Battling for show, looking at the replay here, it appears that Early Action got up to complete the triactor. Unfortunately, teletimer malfunction. We apologize for that. We'll get you the correct fractions and final time for race 6 as soon as we can. Unofficial results are now posted for race 6. 1, RJ's Super Freak. The race winner at odds of 15-1 over the 11-1. Number 3, Sports Activator. 4, Early Action was third, and 2, Light the Torch, finished fourth. 1, 3, 4, 2, the unofficial top 4 order of finish, and we have a corrected clocking for the race now posted and displayed in the infield teletimer. 27-2 open and quarter, 56-2 half, 124 flat to 3/4, 152 flat. The winning mile for RJ's Super Freak. Results remain unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial preferred handicap winner, number 1, RJ's Super Freak. A 5-year-old bay gelding by Luck Be With You out of Promised Place. Owned and trained by Eric Lefleur, L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec, who shares ownership with Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardienne. RJ's Super Freak was bred by Jacob W. Smith of Knightstown, Indiana, and driven to victory by Marie-Claude Auger. That's the 3rd win of the year for RJ's Super Freak, and a new lifetime mark as well, 152 flat. Congratulations, RJ's Super Freak. A huge upset as Mythic Gambler, the strong favorite, wasn't able to kick home. He did not hit the ticket,
And instead, we get the longest shot on the board, winning on the class jump. RJ Super Freak. Sure to be some big prices here when race 6 goes official. And again, for the corrected times for the race, check out the infield teletimer displaying the correct fractions and final time. 1:52 flat, that new career best for RJ's Super Freak. Results are now official for race 6. Prices are now posted for race 6, where number 1 RJ's Super Freak returns $32.10 to win. The $2 1-3 exactor pays $237.80. The $1 1-3-4 triactor returns $616.30. The $1 superfecta 1-3-4-2 pays $1,373.65. The race 6 rundown is now posted. 15-1 from post 1, RJ's Super Freak, victorious for Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Light the Torch, finished 4th. 3, Sports Activator was 2nd. 4, Early Action 3rd. And the 1-2 beaten favorite, number 5, Mythic Gambler, was 5th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 4, 2, 3, 5. The fractions: 27-2 to the opening quarter, 56-2 at the half, 124 flat at 3/4, 152 flat. The winning mile for RJ's Super Freak in a new lifetime mark. Race 7 coming up next has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Glenn Pearson and myself going to different horses here. I consider this a very deep field. Glenn likes the look of the 6-1 number 6 Arson Sealster, 2-1 in the morning line. The 3-year-old gelded son of sports writer coming back from Woodbine Mohawk Park, where he finished 6th for Travis Henry, I believe, on June 9th. I'm looking at the 2, No Time at All. The 10-year-old gelded son of Big Jim. This one 0 for 8 this season, but we've seen some horses breaking cold streaks here recently. No Time at All was in the preferred handicap at Hippodrome 3R on June 8th for a different driver, and has done his best work last season for Pascal Berube back in the bike on that Yves Tessier trainee. Glenn is using the 2, No Time at All, third in his ticket. Behind the 4, Monty's Gone Marble for John McMillan and Marie-Claude Auger, looking to go back-to-back after the victory in the preferred with RJ Super Freak. Glenn likes the 1, Smiling Billy the Kid for Benoit Hébert and William Waugh, fourth in his ticket. I have No Time at All on top of number 5, Skylar for Danielle Duluth and Ryan Guy, the strong closer. Moving down the class ladder, I think this is winnable for him, actually. He is a very strong threat here. Just 1 for 11 this year, though. The 1, Smiling Billy the Kid, is my third choice. He did put in some steps on June 8th, racing here at Rideau Carleton. He got crowded in the stretch. He wasn't really doing anything wrong. I think he just had no racing room and got rough. I'm using the 7, Captain of Rock and Roll, fourth in my ticket. Racing for Jacob Copley and Guy Gagnon, 5-time winner so far this season. The only other horse in this field with those credentials is the 7-year-old gelding's younger stablemate, the 6, Arson Sealster, another 5-time winner this year. The betting public likes the chances of Skylar. He's 4-5 right now as the field approaches the track for the race 7 post parade. The race 7 post parade is coming on track now. These pacers are non-winners of $3,550 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible $15,000 claimers and also eligible non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. The purse $7,000. No changes in races 7 through 10. One is Smiling Billy the Kid, owned and trained by Benoit Hébert of Papineauville, Quebec. William Waugh drives. Moving on to number 3, No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario. Trained by Mike Armstrong, Robert Shepard drives. 4 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario, trained by John McMillan. Marie-Claude Auger drives. The even money favorite right now is number 5, Skylar, owned and trained by Daniel Dulude of Saint Martin, Quebec, who shares ownership with Silvio Ravari of Saint Lazare, Quebec. Ryan Guy is in the sulky. 6 is Arson Sealster, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren Tingley of Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia. Mandy Archer trains. Stefan Pouliot is in the bike. Seven is Captain of Rock and Roll, owned by trainer Jacob Copley, with Mandy Archer, both of Kenmore, Ontario. Guy Gagnon drives. And completing the field, number 2, No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire with Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube is in the sulky. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming race 7. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Skylar is dropping to his lowest classification this year. We're zooming in on him now. He's got post 5 here. He is winless since being claimed on May 11th. He got caught between horses in a 3-wide early battle last Sunday and got parked third to a 26-3 opening quarter. He was caught in and shuffled back inside of the first over. Captain of Rock and Roll on the backstretch and faded late. Skylar typically has lots of late speed and just has to be in a good spot to use it. Last year he had victories from post 7 and 8 at this track. The class relief here works to his advantage. So the betting public has shown their support. He's the 8-5 favorite right now, Skylar. We've had some upsets tonight, not just in terms of winners, but other long shots figuring into the ticket. Glenn Pearson counting on the 5-1. Number 6, Arson Sealster, on his return from Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's been pacing some fast miles there, but his most recent win goes back to May 11th when Guy Gagnon was driving, and he was able to successfully wire at a much lower classification. Arson Sealster, the only 3-year-old in this field as well. 5 wins from 10 starts this season, and he took his 153-3 mark on May 11th. Not sure if he'll try to wire here with Stefan Pouliot in the bike. I'm looking to the 2, No Time at All. 0 for 8 this season, but 9 wins last year. He's done well for Pascal Berube, and he's 6-1 right now from post 2. No Time at All, and Berube had 5 wins at a similar Rideau classification last year. No Time at All is back from Hippodrome 3R. He was in there preferred and faced early interference from the breaker Curious Cortez last Sunday. He was first over from 4th at the half and held on for show despite an overland trip. Some class relief here for number 2, No Time at All. And the starter has called the field for race 7. Last chance to wager on this race. Kicking off another pick 3 sequence tonight at Rideau Carleton. They're lining up now. 1 is Smiling Billy the Kid. William Waugh, 2, No Time at All. Pascal Berube, 3, no sport pun intended. First behind the gate for Robert Shepard. Alongside him, 4, Monty's Gone Marble for Marie-Claude Auger, hoping to go back-to-back. 5, Skylar for Ryan Guy. Then it's 6, Arson Seelster. Stéphane Pouliot on the outside. 7, Captain of Rock and Roll for Guy Gagnon. They're on the turn. Skylar and Smiling Billy the Kid getting into place as the starting gate is now on the backstretch. They're lined up. They're off and pacing, sprung loose from the center. Monty's Gone Marble is out to an early lead. Chasing him, that's Skylar out into first over second. Following from third, Smiling Billy the Kid. Then it's a gap of 3 back to No Time at All, who sits fourth on his outside. Second over, racing fifth early. Arson Seelster further back. It's no sport pun intended. And trailing the field, Captain of Rock and Roll, 27 and 2. Quick but rational opening quarter. Skylar has made front and leads by about a length and a half. Next closest, Monty's Gone Marble, and then it's Smiling Billy the Kid third, following fourth, No Time at All, and then fifth from first over now, that's Arson Seelster, who's outside, and they are circling around to head towards the half now, still led by Skylar. Skylar with an unusual front end trip reaches that point in 56 and 2, a 29-second second panel. He's under pressure now from Smiling Billy the Kid. First over, matching strides on the backstretch, and following from third inside, that's Monty's Gone Marble. Second over and fourth, Arson Seelster gaps cover. Caught in fifth with nowhere to go, No Time at All. Third over and gearing up, that's Captain of Rock and Roll approaching three quarters. Weaving through traffic, no sport pun intended from the back of the field. Shuffled to last, No Time at All. 1:24 and 2 at three quarters. And Skylar trying to see this through. He's going to have to face the closers instead of being one tonight. Smiling Billy the Kid not going away, and also fighting back on the inside. That is Skylar going to prevail over Smiling Billy the Kid. Charging late, it looked like Captain of Rock and Roll and Monty's Gone Marble. 1:53 and 1. An interesting happening tonight. We have back-to-back deep closers winning with front-end trips. RJ's Super Freak in the preferred, race 6, and now Skylar on the front end for Ryan Guy in 1:53 and 1 in race 7. The unofficial results are now posted for race 7. Even money favorite, Skylar, the race winner for Ryan Guy. Finishing second, number 1, Smiling Billy the Kid. Closing from further back for show, number 7, Captain of Rock and Roll. And for Monty's Gone Marble, finished fourth. 5-1, 7-4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 7. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 7 winner, number 5, Skylar, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Rock and Image out of Courtster, owned and trained by Daniel Dulude, Saint Martin, Quebec, who shares ownership with Silvio Rivari, also of Saint Lazare. Skylar was bred by Sutton's Bay Racing of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Driven to victory by Ryan Guy, 153-1, a seasonal best in his second win of the year. Skylar. Race 7 is now official. Prices are posted for race 7, where number 5, Skylar, returns $4 even to win. The $2 5-1 exactor pays $13.90. $57.20 for the $1 517 triactor. The $1 pick 4 5115 combination pays on 3 of 4, $21.65. That's for the $1 ticket. The $1 superfecta 5174 pays $121.75. The race 7 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Smiling Billy the Kid, a good second. 2, No Time at All, got shuffled back to 6th. 3, No Sport Pun Intended, 5th. 4, Monty's Gone Marble was 4th. Even money favorite from post 5, Skylar. in a new seasonal mark for Ryan Guy. 6, Arson Seelster was 7th. 7, Captain of Rock and Roll closed for show. From the top down, your program should read 2, 6, 5, 4, 1, 7, 3. The fractions were 27 and 2 to the quarter, 56 and 2 at the half, 124 and 2 at 3/4, 153 and 1. A new seasonal best for Skylar. Happy Father's Day evening to all the dads out there, trackside and on the back stretch. Race 8 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. And I am singling the 1 to 5 favorite here, number 4, I Am a Rocket. Sensational on June 8th, untouchable, going away 150 and 4 victory, nearly equaling the track record for the aged pacing geldings. He's hard not to like, even though he's got some good company in this field of 7. In race 9, I'm using the 1 Shotgun Jerry and the 6 Giggity Giggity Giggity, a new addition to the Mandy Archer stable, looking strong there. Race 10, going with the 2, 4, and 1 Sea Laird for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard, off of a June 8th victory, a seasonal best victory at this track. Also using the 4 Dillon's Bank, who has been nearly perfect for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. And the other player here, I think, is from the rail, Day Trader for new trainer Normand Jeanette and Marie-Claude Auger driving. In race 11, going 3 deep to wrap up this 20-cent ticket costing $3.60 with the 4, the 1, and the 2. Carson Star Choice seeking revenge for Guy Gagnon. The 1, Sonny Bow, beat him by a head. He's got the rail here and loves the front end trip. And the newcomer, number 2, May Lose Control, bouncing back after a June 11th victory for Robert Shepard and Mandy Archer tonight. Note that in race 11, the last race of this pick 4 sequence, the 6 Rockin' My Dream as a judge's scratch transportation, and 2, or 3 that is, the Colt has a driver change going from Gordon Lee to Clark Stacy. That's in race 11, the concluding leg of this late pick 4. Lots of people come back to the track at this time of year to enjoy the picnic tables and trackside viewing and beautiful weather and horses here in the nation's capital. Just a reminder that we also race Wednesday evenings at 6 p.m. There's also simulcasting throughout the week. Catch thoroughbred and harness racing from around North America. And we have a $1,700 jackpot in Tammy Forgey's Saturday night handicapping contest. That's in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge. Free to play. You must be on track to play and collect any potential winnings. The jackpot hasn't been hit in a few weeks, so it's $1,700 on Saturday, June 21st. Here comes the post parade for race 8. These pacers are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts, also eligible $25,000 claimers, and also eligible non-winners of $50,000 lifetime. They race for a purse of $8,500. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Beef and Cheddar, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood of Brinston, Ontario. William Waugh drives. Number 2, Stonebridge Hermes for owner-trainer-driver Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario. Three is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier, both of Quebec, with Lynn Bragagnolo of Ontario. Pascal Berube drives. To his inside, it's the current 1-5 favorite. Number 4, I Am a Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Arizona Jackson, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey. Clark Stacey drives. 6 is Thrilling Times, owned by Gilles Plourde, along with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. Completing the field from post 7, Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger is in the bike. That's your field of 7. Pacers for upcoming race 8 with Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. And note that it's also the first leg of the late final pick 4, which spans races 8, 9, 10, and 11. If you're playing that pick 4, again, in race 11, a couple of changes there. Number 3, the Colt, going from listed driver Gord Lee to new driver Clark Stacey. That's a 3 in race 11. And scratch the 6, Rockin' My Dream, a judge's scratch transportation in race 11. There were no changes in races 8, 9, or 10. And this one looks to have a horse you can trust as a single. 3 wins this season, a 150-4 victory on June 8th. They were never catching him. Thrilling Times and Giggity, Giggity, Giggity put up a good fight for place, but I Am a Rocket. 2-5 right now on the tote board. Dominated in his most recent. The only negative you could come up with is that I Am a Rocket won at a lower classification that start. He had another front-end win on April 20th at tonight's level, though, so I trust I Am a Rocket from post 4. The 3, Perpetual Rock, 23-1 on him. He won by open lengths last June 16th at this level. He had a 3-wide move on the first turn, May 25th, cleared before the quarter, and then got overtaken by new leader Sports Activator in front of the grandstand. He was boxed in on the backstretch and final turn and made a late move up the inside path. He just missed coming home in the field's co-fastest last quarter of 27-3. Perpetual Rock up in class here and overlooked. He's 14-1 right now from post 3. There is some respect for number 6, Thrilling Times, who dueled with Skylar and I Am a Rocket in a 3-high early battle last Sunday. Thrilling Times pocketed up and held on for place ahead of closers, but about 9 lengths behind I Am a Rocket at the finish. 2-1 right now on Thrilling Times. Another to consider, 12-1, make that 11-1 from the rail. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, gets a perfect post position. The last 3 of his 5 2025 victories were all at lower classifications for Robert Shepard, who is now driving Thrilling Times. Beef and Cheddar is up in class. William Waugh driving. But he's had a good season so far at this track. 5 wins and 10 starts for number 1, Beef and Cheddar. The starter has called the Pacers for race 8. This is your last chance tonight to play the pick 4 that kicks off here. The field is lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Beef and Cheddar, William Waugh. 2, Stonebridge Hermes, Jacques Baudouin. 3, Perpetual Rock for Pascal Berube. 4, I Am a Rocket, Guy Gagnon, currently the 1-5 favorite. 5, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacey. 6, Thrilling Times, Robert Shepard. And 7, Day Delight, Marie-Claude Auger. They're gradually finding their way into their places behind the gate on the turn. They're lined up on the backstretch, headed to the start. And they're off. Speed from Beef and Cheddar on the inside. He's going to take charge early, and charging after him, I Am a Rocket from mid-pack. Following them, Stonebridge Hermes sits 3rd on the inside. 2nd over in 4th, Day Delight. Then further back in 5th, moving up the pylons, Perpetual Rock. That forces Day Delight to backpedal. He's 3rd from last, keeping ahead of Thrilling Times. And the early trailer as they head in front of the grandstand the first time at the back of this field, it is Arizona Jackson. They went by the opening quarter 27 flat. I Am a Rocket found his way to the front, and he's leading the way, keeping ahead of Beef and Cheddar. Perpetual Rock sits 3rd. Underway again, first over in 4th now. Day Delight trying to get something going for Marie-Claude Auger on the turn as they head to the half and get there in 56 flat, a 29 second even second panel. It's looking good so far for I Am a Rocket and Guy Gagnon, a length and a half ahead of Beef and Cheddar, their next closest rival. And in 3rd, trying to tighten up, that Stonebridge Hermes on the inside. Caught out there 4th and not doing much right now. Day Delight trying to gain ground on the final turn. 5th to his inside, Perpetual Rock. 6th from 2nd over last, Thrilling Times. And trailing at this point, Arizona Jackson, 122 and 4 to 3/4. They're turning for home, and it's looking like I Am a Rocket is going to live up to the top billing again tonight. I Am a Rocket, rocketing under the wire, a good 3 lengths ahead of Beef and Cheddar. Up for 3rd, Perpetual Rock. Stonebridge Hermes looked to hold on for 4th, 150 and 4. He does it again. I Am a Rocket. Wow. Whoever named this horse, perhaps his breeders, they knew what they were talking about. I Am a Rocket, the son of Custard the Dragon, out of Mox Rocket, just loves the front end trip, gets along famously with Guy Gagnon, and equals his seasonal mark, 150 and 4. He's a 1-9 winner for a reason. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 8. I Am a Rocket, number 4, the winner, and Guy Gagnon's 4th driving win of the card. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, a good place finish, ahead of 3, Perpetual Rock, and 2, Stonebridge Hermes, 4th. 4-1-3-2, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Feel free to applaud as the winner comes back. The race 8 winner, number 4, I Am a Rocket, the unofficial winner here, going his second straight 150-4 winning mile at Rideau Carleton for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. And now entering the winner's circle, he's a 9-year-old bay gelding by Custard the Dragon out of Mox Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec. Bred by Albert Russell Branham and Archie Melnick of Sherwood Park, Alberta. That's win number 4 of the season for I Am a Rocket in start number 14. Posting back-to-back 150-4 miles, just shy of the track record for aged pacing geldings. Congratulations. And Guy Gagnon having another great night here with his 4th win of the card. Race 8 results are now official. Prices are posted. Number 4, I Am a Rocket, returns $2.10 to win. The $2 4-1 exactor pays $6, $9.75 for the $1 413 triactor ticket. The $1 superfecta 4132 pays $43.35. The race 8 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, finished second. 2, Stonebridge Hermes was fourth. 3, Perpetual Rock, third. 4, I Am a Rocket, a winning 1-9 favorite for Guy Gagnon. 5, Arizona Jackson, fifth. 6, Thrilling Times, seventh. And 7, Day Delight, finished sixth. From the top down, your program should read 2, 4, 3, 1, 5, 7, 6. The fractions were 27 flat to the quarter, 56 flat at the half, 122 and 4 at 3/4, 150 and 4. The winning mile for I Am a Rocket, equaling his seasonal best. Race 9 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. Glenn is liking the chances of number 3, Bayfield Beach, a winner at this classification for Guy Gagnon on June 11th, making the quick turnaround here. I'm going to the 1, Shotgun Jerry, who's 5-2 right now. This horse has been knocking on the door for a while. He hasn't won a race since April 27th, and that was at a lower level than tonight. But Stefan Pouliot already getting the driving win with the long overdue Duck Dynasty. I think Shotgun Jerry might be able to turn it around here. Glenn is going to 5, Flash Cube in the place spot. That one was second by a head to Arizona Jackson on June 8th. Guy Gagnon driving the 5, Flash Cube. Glenn likes Shotgun Jerry, third, and then the 2, Love My Rockin' Bird, fourth in his ticket. I'm using the 6, Giggity 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 from Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard in the place spot in my ticket. I think he also has a chance to take this out. He's a 2-5 favorite right now from that outside post. 2 wins so far this season and has improved each week. He's raced at Rideau Carleton, just a couple of starts here since the claim at Flamborough on May 15th. I'm using 2, Love My Rockin' Bird, third in my ticket. Some post relief there. He closed well for show behind Bayfield Beach and Time to Dancing on June 11th. And then completing my ticket with Glenn's top choice, number 3, Bayfield Beach for Vic Putty and Pascal Berube. There were no changes in races 9 or 10, but for anyone betting the pick 3 that kicks off here, just a reminder that in race 11, the last leg, number 3, the Colt, gets that driver change from Gord Lee to Clark Stacy, and 6, Rockin' My Dream is a judge's scratch transportation. As the summer season approaches quickly, be sure to spread the word. Live racing in the nation's capital, Wednesday evening, 6 p.m., and Sunday evening, 6:30 p.m., free parking. Many dining options here. Some great views and self-serve betting terminals upstairs at Mr. Lucky's. And trackside, you can walk out and enjoy it at close range. Some of the best 5/8 mile track racing in the country. Post parade will be coming on track momentarily for race 9. There's continued support for number 6, Giggity Giggity Giggity, who is 3-5 right now. The post parade is coming on track for race 9. These pacers are non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible, non-winners of $40,000 lifetime allowances for fillies and mares. Also eligible, $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,800. Leading the post parade, number 1, Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 2 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 3 is Bayfield Beach, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ontario, with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, Howmack Farms Limited, Prince Edward Island, and Limco Incorporated, Quebec. Trained by Vic Putty, driven by Pascal Berube. 4 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario, Antonio Belfiore, both of Sudbury, and Melanie Leach of Kemptville, Ontario. Trained by Steve Bellil, driven by Clark Stacey. 5 is Flash Cube, owned by Yvon Mondu, Morin Heights, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And completing this field from post 6, Giggity Giggity Giggity, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, with Barry Treen of Spencerville and Ashley Murphy of Iroquois, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains. Robert Shepard is in the sulky. That's your field of 6 for upcoming race 9 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're zooming in on the 1-2 current favorite from post 6, Giggity Giggity Giggity, who advanced second over from second last on the second turn last Sunday following the cover of Captain of Rock and Roll. He was 3 wide late, closing for show, and get some class relief here. Glenn Pearson's top selection is the 3, winning 3-5 favorite Bayfield Beach. On Wednesday, he was able to hold off the late speed. He's up in class now after his first 2025 victory, which was for Guy Gagnon. Bayfield Beach 7-2 right now, even with Guy Gagnon moving to drive his own Flash Cube. The 5, also 7-2, and Glenn's second choice. Glenn's third choice is my top choice horse here. Number 1, Shotgun Jerry, a class dropper who got away single file third Sunday behind the pace setter, Stonebridge Hermes. He was caught in and shuffled back on the second turn. Loose late for show behind early action and RJ Super Freak, who stepped up in the preferred tonight. 7-2, I think, is a very nice price on Shotgun Jerry. Glenn is completing his superfecta with number 2, Love My Rockin' Bird, my third choice in the ticket behind Giggity, Giggity, Giggity. Love My Rockin' Bird is getting post relief and retains Marie-Claude Auger. He was 7th off the gate on Wednesday, first over from second last in front of the grandstand, gaining ground uncovered to 3/4, and got out-sprinted for place by Time to Dancing. He was well behind the winning 3-5 favorite that mile, though, and that was Bayfield Beach, who has post 3 here. They'll be lining up very shortly for race 9, your last opportunity tonight to play the pick 3 at Rideau Carleton. The starter has called the Pacers. They're going behind the gate, led by 1, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. 2 is Love My Rockin' Bird, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Bayfield Beach, Pascal Berube. 4, Woodmere Gaelic, Clark Stacey. 5, Flash Cube, Guy Gagnon. And on the outside, 6, Giggity, Giggity, Giggity for Robert Shepard. Currently the 4-5 favorite as the field is on the turn, swinging into the Rideau Carleton backstretch. They're all in line, approaching the start. They're off and pacing, pushing the gate away. Love My Rockin' Bird wants command. Not so fast, says Shotgun Jerry. And Stéphane Pouliot surging ahead to take command. That puts Love My Rockin' Bird second, a length and a half ahead of third place, Bayfield Beach. Following him, single file fourth, is Woodmere Gaelic. And then it's back to Flash Cube and early trailer. Giggity, Giggity, Giggity looks to start up early for Robert Shepard. They head to the opening quarter and reach that point in 28-1, led by Shotgun Jerry, commanding things down the lane the first time, and Love My Rockin' Bird getting the perfect pocket ride, followed by Bayfield Beach third. Then it's Woodmere Gaelic fourth. Fifth, Flash Cube is staying in, and Giggity, Giggity, Giggity biding his time. Flash Cube now stepping out to come first over on the turn, followed by Giggity, Giggity, Giggity as they hit the half in 58 flat, and they're still led by Shotgun Jerry, keeping a length and a quarter ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird on the backstretch. Out and moving first over now, Bayfield Beach is getting something going. Following from fourth on the inside, Woodmere Gaelic. Second over in fifth, Flash Cube. And still trailing, that's Giggity, Giggity, Giggity as they head to 3/4 and reach that point in 1:25-1. Up front is shaping up like a 2-horse sprint to the wire right now as they look to swing off the turn for home. Shotgun Jerry stalked by Love My Rockin' Bird throughout the mile, and the rest have some catching up to do in this battle down the lane. Love My Rockin' Bird being hunted down by Shotgun Jerry. Shotgun Jerry getting the win over Love My Rockin' Bird. Woodmere Gaelic up for third. Looked like Giggity, Giggity, Giggity fourth. 1:53-1. Shotgun Jerry. I made a mistake in the stretch call. I'm so used to Love My Rockin' Bird being on the front end, and he got that pocket ride tonight. Shotgun Jerry was the horse to be hunted down, and nobody was able to catch him. 153-1, a seasonal best, his second win this year. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 9. Going off as the 4-5 favorite at the last flash. Number 1, Shotgun Jerry, gets the win over the 17-1 Love My Rockin' Bird in the place spot. 25-1, number 4, Woodmere Gaelic, finishing third ahead of 6, Giggity, 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 fourth. 1, 2, 4, 6, the unofficial top 4 finishers in race 9. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure, unofficial race 9 winner. Winning 4-5 favorite, number 1, Shotgun Jerry. A 6-year-old brown gelding by Royal Majesty out of Michiko. Owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland. Trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot, who had a winner earlier in the card with Duck Dynasty. 153-1, the new seasonal best for Shotgun Jerry. Results are official for race 9. Prices are posted. For race 9, number 1, Shotgun Jerry, returning $3.80 to win. The $1 pick 3 ending here, 5-4-1. 3 of 3 pays just $6.30 with the favorites doing well. The $1 pick 4, 4 of 4, $449.85 for the 1-5-4-1. $1 pick 4, $89.97 if you had it for 20 cents. The $1 pick 5, 5 of 5 pays out $1,516 if you had it for $1. The $1 triactor here, 124, $108.25, $989.95 for the $1 superfecta, 1246. The race 9 rundown is now posted. 4-5 winning favorite. Number 1, Shotgun Jerry for Stefan Pouliot. 2, Love My Rockin' Bird was second. 3, Bayfield Beach finished sixth. 4, Woodmere Gaelic was third. 5, Flash Cube fifth. And 6, Giggity 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 finished fourth. From the top down, your program should read 1, 2, 6, 3, 5, 4. The fractions were 28 and 1 to the opening quarter, 58 flat at the half, 125 and 1 at 3/4, 153 and 1 the winning mile for Shotgun Jerry. Race 10 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. The current favorite is Glenn's Top Selection here at 3-5 from post 4. Dylan's Bank for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. I'm looking to the 2, Sea Laird, even money right now. He's got 2 wins this season, the most recent at this track on June 8th for the returning Robert Shepard. Glenn likes number 3, 88 Fingers Louie in the show spot for trainer-driver Ryan Guy. And then he's looking to the 6, Mockart in Motion for trainer-driver Jason Gilchrist to complete the Superfecta. I'm looking to the 1, Day Trader, who was claimed on June 8th. And now debuts for trainer Normand Jeanette. Marie-Claude Auger picking up the catch drive. That one has 7 wins this season, so definitely a contender in my view. 6-1 from the rail. And I'm looking out to the 7, Tough Cooper to complete the Superfecta. 17-1. Clark Stacey driving for trainer Steve Bellil. This one, a strong closer. And picking up checks at this level in his starts this month. He's got back-to-back top 4 finishes for Clark Stacey. Here comes the post parade for race 10. These pacers are $10,500 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,000. One is Day Trader, owned by Mathieu Senez Jeanette, with trainer Normand Jeanette of Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. Two is current 6-5 co-favorite Sea Laird, owned by Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario, with Dwayne Tingley of Timberlea, Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 3 is 88 Fingers Louie, owned by trainer-driver Ryan Guy, who shares ownership with Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. 4 is the other 6-5 favorite in the field, Dylan's Bank, owned by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Saskabush Steve, owned by Alain Martin, who also trains. He's from Gatineau, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 6 is Mock Art in Motion, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. And from Post 7, it's Tough Cooper, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Belfiore of Sudbury, Ontario. Steve Bellil trains. Clark Stacey is in the bike. That's your field of 7 $10,000 or $10,500 claimers coming up in race 10. No changes here. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late daily double wagering. If you're playing the late double, one further reminder, there are 2 changes in race 11. Number 3, the Colt changed the driver from Gord Lee to Clark Stacey and scratched the 6, Rockin' My Dream. Judges scratch in race 11. Here in race 10, there are no changes. Divided opinions early on. Glenn Pearson's top selection is the current 2-5 favorite from Post 4, Dylan's Bank. He was a beaten 1-9 favorite who made front early in his latest start for Guy Gagnon. He was out-sprinted in deep stretch by a horse in tonight's field who happens to be the 2, Sea Laird. Dylan's Bank was undefeated in 3 previous starts here for Guy Gagnon. 1-2 favorite right now, Dylan's Bank. The 1-day trader retreated to single file 4th on the first turn last start. He had a first over move in front of the grandstand and pressed the pace outside of leader Sonny Bow along the backstretch, and he never backed down. He was edged out by Sonny Bow and Carson Star Choice in a blanket finish. The catch here is that the 1 was claimed. So now Day Trader is debuting for Normand Jonet. This is his first trainee since Canico Puma back in 2007. Glenn Pearson believes in Dylan's Bank. A great place to keep your cash, I guess, in Dylan's Bank. I'm looking to Sea Laird, who has a history at this track. And he and Robert Shepard were first to the front here Sunday, but couldn't clear Dylan's Bank on the first turn. They pocketed up before the 27 flat opening quarter and had a late move up the inside path for the 7-1 upset. He's 2-1 now from Post 2, Sea Laird. The starter has called the field for race 10. Still time to play the late daily double at Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up, led by 1, Day Trader, Marie-Claude Auger driving. 2 is Sea Laird for Robert Shepard. 3, 88 Fingers Louie, Ryan Guy. 4, Dylan's Bank for Guy Gagnon, currently sitting at 1-2 on the tote board. 5 is Saskabush Steve, Pascal Berube. 6, Mock Art in Motion, Jason Gilchrist. 7, Tough Cooper, Clark Stacey. They're on the turn. Day Trader, a couple of lengths behind the rest as they swing on to the backstretch and approach the start for race 10. They're perfectly lined up, except Day Trader. And they're off and pacing. That's Sea Laird, who
eases to the front under steady pressure from Dylan's Bank, who is sticking ahead in front and now moving on to claim command for Guy Gagnon. That puts C. Laird second into the pocket, a couple of lengths back in third. Day Trader has moved along well. He's followed in fourth by 88 Fingers Louie, and then it's back to Saskabush Steve approaching the opening quarter of 28 flat. They're single file headed down the stretch the first time, and Dylan's Bank, where he likes to be on the front end, a length ahead of C. Laird. Then it's Day Trader third, a gap of 2 lengths back to fourth place, 88 Fingers Louie. In fifth, Saskabush Steve. Sixth is Mockart in Motion, and trailing Tough Cooper. Still single file headed around the second turn. Lots of respect for leader Dylan's Bank, who reached the half in 57 and 3. He's keeping just ahead of pocket sitting C. Laird, looming the danger. And then from third, Day Trader also within range and looking to come first over. Following that one from fourth, but gapping, that's 88 Fingers Louie. On the move from the back of the field now, Mockart in Motion is towing Tough Cooper into it from second last and last. They went by 3/4 in 1:25 and 4. Nothing has changed on the front end. Dylan's Bank, and now he's going to face whatever C. Laird has for the stretch drive. They're kicking home with Dylan's Bank still doing good things, and C. Laird trying to catch him. C. Laird on the outside, Dylan's Bank on the inside. Dylan's Bank prevails by a half length over C. Laird. It's about 5 lengths back to Day Trader, finishing third ahead of Saskabush Steve, 153 and 1. C. Laird had every chance, and Dylan's Bank too good on the front end. Guy Gagnon also having another very successful night here at Rideau Carleton. Dylan's Bank, 153 and 1. That's a seasonal best in race 10. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 10. The 1-2 favorite, number 4, Dylan's Bank, gets the job done for Guy Gagnon over 2. C. Laird, second. 1, Day Trader, finished third, 25 to 1. Number 5, Saskabush Steve, finished fourth. 4-2-1-5, the unofficial top 4 finishers in race 10. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the winner's circle once again.
It's the unofficial winner of race 10, number 4, Dylan's Bank, owned by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, bred by Valspar Stables of West Hill, Ontario. He's an 8-year-old brown gelding by Thinking Out Loud out of Saxon Vets. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's a 6th win of the season, a seasonal best of 153-1 for official race 10 winner Dylan's Bank. And that's Guy Gagnon's 5th driving win of the card. Prices are now posted for race 10. Number 4, Dylan's Bank, pays $3 even. The $2 4-2 exactor pays $4.80. $8.40 for the $1 try 4-2-1 combination. The $1 superfecta 4-2-1-5 ticket pays $27.10. The race 10 rundown is now shown. 1, Day Trader was 3rd. 2, Sea Laird 2nd. 3, 88 Fingers Louie was 5th. 4, Dylan's Bank gets his 6th seasonal victory as a winning 1-2 favorite for Guy Gagnon. 5, Saskabush Steve closed for 4th. 6, Mockart in Motion was 7th. And 7, Tough Cooper 6th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 2, 5, 1, 4, 7, 6. The fractions were 28 flat to the quarter, 57-3 at the half, 125-4 at 3/4, 153-1 for the mile by Dylan's Bank. Race 11 is coming up. It's our last of the card. Thanks very much to everyone who was with us tonight in person at the track, at the simulcast lounge, or just online playing along. We appreciate the support. Happy Father's Day to all the dads of harness racing, many of whom we had at the track tonight. We're taking a look at race 11 now from a handicapping perspective, and Glenn likes number 2 here, may lose control, returning for Mandy Archer. Robert Shepard picking up the drive on the 5-year-old Control the Moment gelding, who was a going away winner for Guy Gagnon on June 11th. I'm using that one third in my ticket and looking to Carson Star Choice, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon, who missed by a head in his most recent start here, June 8th. Now, the horse who beat him is my second choice, and to be honest, the one, Sunny Bow, is a serious contender. 7-2 from the rail. Stéphane Pouliot with a couple of driving wins already. He trains Sunny Bow as well, and this horse has already won 4 of 12 starts this season. Glenn and I are both putting Sunny Bow in the place spot. I think it's best to box the ticket or make sure that he's a possible winner when you get your exactor, triactor, or high five here. The horses are coming on track now for the race 11 post parade. As John McMillan would say, it's time for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. Here comes the post parade for race 11. These pacers are non-winners of $400 per start in their last 10, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $100. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers. They race for a purse of $6,200. The field is scratched down to 7 horses. The 6, Rockin' My Dream, is out. Leading the post parade, number 1, Sunny Bow, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 2 is May Lose Control, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore and Kimberly Eden of Brockville, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Robert Shepard drives. 3 is The Colt, owned by the estate of Don Lee of Amherst View. Gordon Lee trains and co-owns. Gord Lee of Odessa, Ontario. He's the listed driver, changed the driver to Clark Stacy on number 3, The Colt. 4 is the current 3-5 favorite, Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated and Seth McLeod of Gatineau, Quebec. Guy Gagnon trains and drives. 5 is Souffle de Vie, owned and trained by Caroline Malo-Tetro of Saint-Ligorie, Quebec. Pascal Berube is in the bike. 6, Rockin' My Dream is a Judge's Scratch Transportation. 7 is Stardog, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy of South Mountain, Ontario. And completing the field from post 8, Dr. Mickey, owned and trained by Paul Laframboise of Lange-Gardienne, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming race 11, our last of the night at Rideau Carleton this Father's Day evening. We're zooming in on number 4, Carson Star Choice. Guy Gagnon having another terrific night when it comes to the win column. He had wins with Better Zone, Wildcat Lisa, Wicked Move, I Am a Rocket, and Dylan's Bank so far, winning 5 of 10. He is one of the top contenders here with Carson Star Choice from his own stable. I picked this horse to win, and he just missed last start. He was a beaten 3-5 favorite who backed down to the pocket behind the fast-leaving Sunny Bow Sunday. Carson Star Choice had a late move up the inside path and missed by a head. He's looking for revenge here. And number 1, Sunny Bow, is the horse who upset that mile. He prevailed on the front end for Stéphane Pouliot Sunday under pressure from the first over Day Trader from the backstretch to the finish. Sunny Bow needed the wire. He's 5-2 right now from the rail, a perfect post to try another gate to wire effort. The 2, May Lose Control, is making a quick turnaround following Wednesday's winning debut for Mandy Archer. Gate to wire and a new 154 flat lifetime best. He's up in class, though, and loses Guy Gagnon to Carson Star Choice. Nonetheless, at 8-5 right now, number 2, May Lose Control, is Glenn Pearson's top selection. Glenn is using Carson Star Choice 3rd behind Sunny Bow, and then using the Colt 4th and going with number 7, Star Dog, to complete his high five ticket. I've got Carson Star Choice over Sunny Bow, then May Lose Control in 3rd, 4th, Star Dog, and 5th, Souffle de Vie. Star Dog has post 7 here, but take note with the scratch of the 6, Rockin' My Dream. It's not such a bad post position anymore. 9-1 for Ryan Guy. Stardog came first over from last along the backstretch here, June 4th. He had an overland trip for show. He couldn't catch the 152-2 winner, Springbridge Jim. And the starter has called the field for the race 11 finale tonight at Rideau Carleton. Thanks again to all the horse players and fans at the track. We hope you can join us again at 6 p.m. on Wednesday evening for more live racing from the nation's capital. This field of 7 is going behind the gate, led by 1, Sunny Bow for Stéphane Pouliot. 2 is May Lose Control, Robert Shepard. 3, the Colt, Clark Stacey. 4, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 5, Souffle de Vie, Pascal Berube. 6, Rockin' My Dream is a judge's scratch. 7 is Stardog for Ryan Guy. 8, Dr. Mickey, Marie-Claude Auger. They're on the turn. Carson Star Choice, a few lengths behind the others as the starting gate turns onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch. They're all lined up. Carson Star Choice, the exception. They're off and pacing and immediately leaving from the rail, Sunny Bow, and to the exterior, that's May Lose Control, backing down to the pocket. Serious gate speed from Stardog, who ends up 3rd, settling on the pylons in the early going. Following him from 4th is the Colt. Then it's back to 5th, Carson Star Choice under tight lines. Following him in 6th, Souffle de Vie. And at the back of the field, Dr. Mickey to a 28-1 opening quarter, and they're led down the stretch the first time by the famously front-end loving Sunny Bow, keeping a length and a quarter ahead of May Lose Control. It's about 2 lengths back to 3rd place, Stardog, and a gap of about 3 back to 4th place, the Colt. First over and moving, Carson Star Choice on the second turn has ground to make up. They reach the half in 57-3.
And they're still led by a freewheeling Sonny Bow, keeping ahead of May Lose Control, who sits the pocket. Here's Carson Star Choice getting in gear on the backstretch and advancing quickly up into third on the outside. Fourth is Stardog, caught in, and second over now into fifth, Dr. Mickey. Sixth, that's the Colt. Third over from the back of the field, needing to do more, Souffle de Vie. They pass three quarters in 1:26 flat. Sonny Bow being tested now. Carson Star Choice is turning it on at the top of the stretch, and May Lose Control is going to slip out of the pocket and try it up the inside here. Sonny Bow, his lead precarious, May Lose Control, is going to take the last for Robert Shepard. Holding on for place, it looked like Sonny Bow. Stardog, Carson Star Choice may have been fourth there. 1:54.3.
Perfect pocket ride for May Lose Control. Turned into a victory for Robert Shepard in race 11, 1:54.3 in the final sprint to the wire. Sonny Bow holding on for place. Tight for show between the 7 Stardog and the 4 Carson Star Choice in this 1:54.3 mile. Race 11 unofficial top 5 order of finish is now posted. At odds of 3-2, number 2, May Lose Control, the race winner. Over 1, Sonny Bow, second. 7, Stardog, closing for show at odds of 13-1. Edging out the even money favorite, number 4, Carson Star Choice, who was fourth. Fifth was the 8, Dr. Mickey, at odds of 50-1, completing the high five. 2-1-7-4-8, the unofficial top 5 order of finish in race 11. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle once again. Unofficial race 11 winner, number 2, May Lose Control, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Control the Moment out of Laura May, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario, bred by William Haggerty and Stuart Ducamp of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Robert Shepard getting the driving win. That's a second consecutive Rideau victory for May Lose Control, 1:54.3. Undefeated at Rideau Carleton this meet. Race 11 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 11. Number 2, May Lose Control, returns $5 to win. The $2 exactor, 2-1 pays $12.50. The $1 pick 3, 1-4-2 combination, 3 of 3, $14.40. $15.20 for the $1 late pick 4, 4-1, 4-2. $42.19 for the 20-cent super high 5, 2-1-7-4-8 ticket. That $1 triactor, 217, pays $46.90. And it's $8.50 for the $2 late double, 4-2 combination. The race 11 rundown is now displayed. 1, Sunny Bow was second. 2, May Lose Control, the race winner for Robert Shepard. 3, The Colt was sixth. 4, Carson Star Choice, fourth as beaten, even money favorite. 5, Souffle de Vie was seventh. 6, Rockin' My Dream was the judge's scratch. 7, Stardog closed for show. And 8, Dr. Mickey was fifth. From the top down, your program should read 2-1-6-4-7, scratch 3-5. The fractions were 28-1 to the quarter, 57-3 at the half, 126 flat at 3/4, 154-3. The victory for May Lose Control and Robert Shepard. That concludes our Father's Day evening card here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks again to everyone who took part. Tonight's handle, $290,330. Live racing will resume coming up on Wednesday, June 18th, 6 p.m. post time. Join us at the track, online, or at your local OTB for more live racing from the nation's capital. Thanks again. Enjoy the rest of your week and evening. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer. Good night.